Now 1 o'clock. Welcome to the Education Committee meeting. Today we are. So I'm going to check quickly the. Today we are dealing by the briefing by the Department of Basic Education, National Department of Social Development, National Treasury, Western Cape Education Department, Department of Social Development, and Provincial Treasury on the National Funding Framework for Early Childhood Development conditional grant criteria, what the conditional grant may be spent on by provinces, and how the grant relates with the other child support grants. We will then receive briefing by the Western Cape Education Department on the admissions process for 2023, followed by resolutions and actions. And both of these stem from previous resolutions by the committee today. What I'm going to do is just ask that members physically just introduce themselves, and then members online just please introduce themselves, followed by the respective departmental officials, which I know to be online. And then I know we have some guests here with us today, so they can just introduce themselves for the record. And then the first presentation will be from National. I think both respective spheres have consolidated their presentation. So we will then start with the DBE one, and we will then have the WCD/Provincial Treasury one, which will be followed by questions and answers. We will then have the second session of the meeting then after that. Thank you so much. Colleagues, my name is Deirdre Bartman. I'm chair of the committee.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Khalid Sayed, member of the committee.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mesuli Kama, member of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament.
Thank you so much. If the members online can just introduce themselves.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ferlin Christians.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Apologies, colleagues. We're just trying to quickly We're just getting some feedback online. We're just trying to sort that out quickly. Colleagues, if you can introduce yourselves quickly.
Chairperson, thank you very much and good afternoon. My name is Dan Plato. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Ferlin Christians.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Khalid Barankais.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Sigamani Naika, Western Cape Education Department.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Ruth Lucas, Western Cape Education
Thank you so
Department.
much.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Alan Meyer, Western Cape Education Department.
Thank you.
Good day, Charles Jordan, Department of Social Development, Western Cape.
Thank you.
Chair. Denver Holly, DSD, Western Cape.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'm just going to give it a second or two for IT just to assist us to make the volume louder and for us to prevent the feedback on the system. Okay, colleagues. Okay, the feedback's gone. Perfect. The departmental officials, if they can just continue with the introductions, please. If none, I just want to check who the delegation lead is for the national department.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members. My name is Linton from Social Development, but I know that basic education is also in the house. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mkuno. If I can just check who the national delegation lead then is for education that will be leading us.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. My name is Riwan Mahada. Our DG, Mr. Matanzi Mamweli, will lead the delegation. He's just finishing something quickly with the minister, but he's in the meeting. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. This is Simone Gaya. I'm the DDG in the DBE.
Thank you so much. Would you then be able to start the presentation? Firstly, I just want to do introductions here for the guests, but in the meantime, if you could just put your presentation up for us, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Chairperson, we have Dr. Kotze, Dr. Yaneli Kotze. She will be doing the presentation for us.
Thank you so much. While you put that up, I'm just going to ask the guests just to quickly introduce themselves for us, please.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Bongani Daka from National Treasury. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Are there any other officials online? Because I just want to do the guests in the chamber, in the committee room.
Yes, Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members. My name is Matanzi Mamweli from the Department of Basic Education.
Thank you so much.
Chairperson Robert MacDonald, Head of Social Development in the Western Cape.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Julia de Bruin from the National Treasury. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members. Kulula Manona from the Department of Basic Education.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair. Anita Samad from the National Department of Social Development. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon,
Okay.
Chair. Malcolm Boyson from Provincial Treasury.
Welcome, Malcolm. I hope you started your doctorate already. Okay, colleagues in the chamber.
Hi, my name is Anwar Jakut. I'm from the Anwar Jakut Foundation. I'm a former teacher as well. And we deal primarily with the ECD educare centers in the informal settlements and in the rural areas as well as in townships.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Polegi Wendamane from Yester River, member of the public. I think I was invited after I wrote so many letters to the department.
Thank you so much.
Hi there, my name's Nawaz Qasim. I was invited by Mr. Said over there. I work for a local NGO.
Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Alima Rasool. I'm representing Autism Matters, RSA.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Terry Stevens, also representing Autism Matters, RSA.
Perfect, thank you. Perfect. So, Ms. Kotze from DBE, are you ready for the DBE presentation?
Yes, thank you very much.
Perfect. You may jump straight into it, and then I will do the WCED presentation as well, and that will then be followed by questions and answers. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, committee members. We appreciate this opportunity to present on the Early Childhood Development Conditional Grant Framework for yourselves. So just the purpose of this presentation is to appraise members of the ECD Conditional Grant Framework for the 2022-23 financial year. And we'll be highlighting the eligibility criteria, how the funds are being spent, how the grant relates to other grants, our performance for the first 2 quarters of this year, the support that we provide to provinces, and the changes that we are incorporating for the next financial year. Just the strategic goal of this grant is to increase access to quality early childhood development services, especially for poor children. The purpose is to increase the number of poor children accessing subsidies through ECD centre non-centre-based programs, to support ECD providers delivering an ECD program to meet the basic health and safety requirements for registration, and then to pilot the construction of new low-cost ECD centres. The grant has two outcome statements. The first is the provision of ECD centres to poor children, contributing towards universal access. And the second one is that improving health and safety conditions in which stimulation and early learning can take place. This grant consists of two components. The one is the subsidy component, and it focuses specifically on the support to increase the number of poor children accessing ECD programs. The second component is an infrastructure or maintenance component, which assists ECD centres to improve their health and safety issues and be able to get registered either fully or conditionally. But the ultimate goal for this component is to get ECD programs to full registration. So how the subsidy works, the subsidy is allocated to children. So children qualify or are eligible for the subsidy, but the subsidy is then paid to ECD centres based on the number of children in the ECD centre that is eligible for the subsidy. So the subsidy is targeted for children from birth until the year before they enter formal school, or in the case of children with developmental difficulties or disabilities, until the year before the calendar year which they turn 7. So the targeted children, or how targeting works and making sure that children are eligible. There's two methods in which we target the ECD subsidy. The first is that if an ECD program is located in a designated municipal ward, or a municipal ward that is being declared as a poverty declared ward, all ECD programs in these wards qualify, or all the children in these ECD programs qualify for the subsidy. If an ECD centre is not, or ECD program is not allocated in a poverty declared ward, then the individual children are being assessed to see whether they are eligible for the subsidy. And this is done either through a means test, where the income of parents are looked at and that it may not exceed the means test value that is gazetted by the National DSD in 2022. The second way is if a child is already receiving the child support grant or any other social assistance grant, then they automatically qualify for the subsidy as well. So just how the subsidy is being spent, the subsidy value for ECD programs that are being provided in ECD centres is 17 Rand per child per day for 264 days. This is generally more than the number of days that we have in normal schooling, because we recognise that ECD programs are often open over the holiday periods as well. If an ECD program receives the subsidy per child, we specify the way in which they must spend the subsidy, and the ratios that we provide is to say that 40% of the subsidy needs to be spent on the nutrition of children, 40% can be spent on the support of the stipends of the staff, and then 20% can be used on the administration of the program as well as in stimulation materials. In non-centre-based programs, the amount is 6 Rand per child per session. Perhaps just to clarify, a non-centre-based program is typically your play groups that don't necessarily happen at the same venue every single time. That can happen for just 2 or 3 hours a day, and can happen on certain days of the week, not necessarily all days. Or it can be a toy library or a mobile program, and because a non-centre-based program does not necessarily have the same costs that a centre-based program have. The current value is 6 Rand per child per session, and that needs to be, or the intention is for that to be spent on nutrition specifically. So how the grant relates to other grants. it has been considered that those children receiving grants from the Department of Social Development are coming from poor households. For that, as a result, the criteria for eligibility has been aligned to the requirements of those grants. So all children that are receiving a social assistance grant from social development also qualify for the ECD subsidy, and this is also aligned with the requirements of the Children's Act. So just our performance in the first 2 quarters as basic education taking over this grant has led to a lot of learning along the way. Here we just give you a sense of what the allocations has been for this year. So for this financial year, the total allocation across the provinces has been almost 1.2 billion rand. And for the Western Cape, the allocation has specifically been 95 million rand. So in terms of the overall spend, this is the performance as at the end of September, the 30th of September. I recognize that, well, I realize that Ms. Lucas will give you more updated figures in terms of this expenditure until November, but for consistency's sake in terms of reporting all provinces, we provide you with the updated statistics as at the end of the first 6 months of the year. Expenditure has been well in the Eastern Cape and KZN, where they have been able to spend 100% of the amounts that has been transferred to them. But the provinces that were lagging behind in terms of their expenditure has been Limpopo, Northwest, and the Western Cape. If we look at just the subsidy component, we recognize that both, again, Eastern Cape and KZN has been spending at about 100% of the amounts that has been transferred to them, with other provinces lagging behind, and then with the Western Cape having only spent just over a quarter of the money that has been transferred to them. So if we look at this, the number of children that's been targeted for receiving the grant, in total it was 220,000 children that's targeted to benefit from the grant. If we look after 6 months, we see that we haven't met our targets yet. In total, almost 170,000 children have been benefiting from the grant. And some of the delays is based on provinces like the Northwest, where there's been some severe delays in the payment of the subsidy, but we have been assured that they've, in the last 2 weeks, have started spending on the subsidy. In the Western Cape, the number of targeted children was 18,981. As 6 months into the grant, the number of children that benefited was just over 9,600 children. So if we look at the infrastructure component specifically of the grant, we realize that this is a tricky one to report on. Many provinces use a business process where in the first two quarters, they do a lot of their planning and project planning, where the spend only happens in the second 2 quarters. So we see many provinces not having had spent any of their funding yet. We see this as particularly in the Eastern Cape, Free State, Northwest, and Western Cape. These provinces have indicated that they will be spending a lot of their funding in the second 2 quarters. Provinces that's been doing well here is Limpopo, who have managed to spend about 61% of the money that's been transferred to them, and KwaZulu-Natal that's managed to spend about 56% of the funding transferred to them. Then another component in the grant relates to 4 million rand that can be spent on administration of the grant. And this component is particularly useful for provinces in helping them meet the administrative requirements for managing the grant. This can particularly be spent on additional human resources where needed, or tools of trade where needed. And we see that not all provinces are tapping into this funding as they can. Again, we see Free State, Gauteng, Northwest, and Western Cape not having tapped into this funding at all, whereas the Eastern Cape has tapped into a significant proportion of their funding after 6 months. So just the support that we as national provide to provinces. The ECD unit has quarterly interprovincial meetings where progress, challenges and mitigations are discussed and where we share lessons between the provinces. We recently had this interprovincial meeting about 2 weeks ago, and this is where, for instance, Eastern Cape shared quite a lot of the lessons that they have been implementing and helping them spend their conditional grant funding as well as they did. The conditional grant unit also has oversight visits and meetings with provinces where our ECD unit participates in. This platform also forms part of supporting and guiding provinces on the implementation of the grants, and lessons are also learned from other grants. The ECD program unit also conducts monitoring visits to understand how the province is performing, the challenges, identification of underperformance, and to assist in developing mitigations for smooth implementation. National will then assist in crafting the deviations to avoid any audit findings as well. And in preparation for implementation, National will also assist provinces in completing the business plans to be in line with the framework and to submit it in time for the DORA requirements. So we review the conditional grant framework on an annual basis, and our next round of, or the final framework is due for submission to Treasury on the 2nd of December. Provinces have been provided with an opportunity to provide us with input into the conditional frameworks for 2023-2024. Just the new areas that we're including in the framework for the next financial year. Currently, if we look at the subsidy component, many of the outputs have been focusing on center-based programs, but we want to have an additional focus on non-center-based programs, and we've included 4 additional indicators here to report specifically on the number of children attending and the number of children subsidized in fully and conditionally registered non-center-based programs. Under the infrastructure component in the maintenance conditions, we've also included 2 additional conditions. The one is that infrastructure units in the provinces must receive a list of selected ECD for maintenance or for new constructions of programs, and that once the budget is allocated to the province, a revised approved list for maintenance should be submitted by the province to DBE together with the business plans. And then in terms of new centre construction, we've been receiving many inputs from provinces stating that the 3 million rand threshold for the construction of new ECD centres is too low, and for that reason we've included an additional line to say that should they, or to allow for deviation. So it's basically saying that prior approval for any amount exceeding 3 million should be obtained from the head of department or the CFO with a detailed assessment and cost analysis to justify the additional amount. In terms of general conditions, we added 3 new conditions: that ECD centres must sign a service level agreement with the department before any maintenance or construction maintenance happens, or whether a new centre is constructed. ECD centres are also going to be trained on the importance of maintenance, and then ECD centres that benefit from the maintenance allocation must then make provision for continued maintenance of the ECD centre. There's also 2 new responsibilities that we're including. The first is on the national department, where we say that the national department should facilitate approval of the payment schedule and approval of in-year adjustments to the payment schedule. And then in terms of provinces, an additional responsibility is to ensure that, this is a requirement or responsibility that we're actually removing, and we're removing the requirement that provinces should ensure that claims are submitted to the DBE to allow for the transfer of funds by national DBE. As we mentioned, the grant is being reviewed currently. We're busy finalizing so that we can submit to National Treasury in 2 weeks' time. Any changes that need to be affected are considered, but should also be in line with the objectives of the grant. And we are consulting with provinces on this framework so that we can incorporate their input as well. So it's recommended that the members take a note of the content and the amendments of the conditional grant, and we appreciate the support of the implementation of the ECD conditional grant in the province. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We will now move over to the WCED presentation. Ms. Lucas.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, honourable members, WCD and DSD officials and head office, national head office officials and the public. Thank you very much for this opportunity for us to present an update. It's a little bit of the information that has been shared already, but it's also an update. Our presentation will look at the WCD and DSD collaboration, the after-school care, the ECD conditional grant, the subsidy update, and the infrastructure section of the conditional grant and the stimulus package update. In terms of the collaboration between DSD and WCD, we have, as part of the shifting function, taken over the submissions that were used right up until September. And with that submission, the aftercare budget was also part of that. So WCD, in collaboration with DSD, pays the aftercare subsidy. As from the 1st of April 2023, the aftercare will be fully residing with DSD. We have a workable plan, and I think we've given just an outline of how we operate in terms of the aftercare. We also know that the registration certificate for aftercare is done by DSD. WCD works with the portfolio of evidence by our registration social workers, and we also hand over the quarterly reports to DSD for verification and further monitoring of norms and standards. In terms of the conditional grant, we obviously have the same strategic goal as National presented. We also then look at the business plan that National has given us, and one that we have received was the one drafted in February 2022, while the ECD function was with DSD. I won't go over this section because I think that Dr. Kotze had already established what the framework of the grant is. Just to say that we maintain the database on all of the requirements as stipulated in the previous presentation. Payments to date. Subsidy payments in the Western Cape is made up of two different areas. Today's area focuses on the conditional grant. However, the equitable share funding to date is spent at 66% and the conditional grant amount at 50%. We have had a massive improvement in terms of payments to sites and on time now because we have reworked and refined the processes. In terms of our conditional grant framework for infrastructure, we've had certain challenges around this as we implemented a program that we were not really sure was going to work within WCD. However, we accepted the list of sites that needed maintenance and was handed over to us with the business plan. Our current developments in WCD is to actually assess all of our centres in collaboration with the ECD Directorate, and then we're also looking at establishing a risk profile. What does that mean and what are the challenges within WCD for infrastructure? The funding in the conditional grant needs to be more consistent. The inconsistency can impact our multi-year planning that we want to do in this area. The list of items identified in the original business plan, some of them were maintenance and some of them were non-infrastructure equipment. But the issues with that was the specifications were not up to standard. So therefore, there was a delay in procuring and executing that business plan. What have we done so far with our infrastructure? We have spent 39% to date. We've used the funding towards the pre-primary school with the 5 ECD classrooms that will be attached to that. The available budget will be spent by the end of this financial year. We are in the process within WCD to understand the ECD landscape and to align that to the WCD infrastructure planning that needs to happen. So In terms of all of our developments, we have made the most improvement within this ECD conditional grant infrastructure. In terms of the Western Cape stimulus package, the stimulus package update speaks to the amount of money that has already been disbursed to people. This grant was given obviously as part of to relieve the burden due to COVID. In terms of the application and the process, that was firstly National DSD managed the process, and applicants all had to do the complete the documentation via that link. The reasons for claims that were not honored was because the cell phone numbers changed, bank details were incorrect, invalid accounts maybe closed before payment. So all of that, when you look at the rejection amount of 24 million, that is being processed, and the FCW, the social sector organization managing this and contracted to DSD, has been looking into that so that more payments can be made. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to open up for questions on both presentations from the members. I'll take the hands in the committee room first and then those online. If no one has questions, I have lots of questions. Member Syed, Member Karma. Just going to check the hands online. Okay, there are none in that order, and then I'll go after that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and my thanks to the national and provincial departments for their input and presentation. And I'm glad we've also got ECD practitioners here, so they could also maybe, if they want to make an input. But I just wanted to, the first one in terms of DBE's presentation, I wanted to get a sense on slide number 7. Is the National Department making provision for funding of the after-school care function? And was it consulted when the Provincial Department took a decision to transfer that function to the Department of Social Development? Because my understanding is that there was a move that ECD learning goes over to education from DSD. But now we find a situation where part of it, the after school care, which is kind of linked to ECD, is going now to, and it makes it difficult for us because people come, members of the public will come to us as members of this committee to say, no, what's happening in the ECD? Can you raise this issue? Then they'll come about an aftercare. And then we will say, no, you must go to DSD. It just creates far too much of bureaucracy. And I think that's part of the problem. Also, I wanted to get a sense is what criteria, this is going up to slide 4 now again, what criteria has been used to identify wards for universal targeting of subsidies? And how many wards in the province have been identified? Slide number 10 in the DBE presentation. Which challenges in particular have been experienced by the Western Cape, Limpopo, and the Northwest, which are not necessarily spending optimally? And what are the reasons, particularly for the slow expenditure in this particular province? I wanted to get a sense, and maybe perhaps both WCED and DBE can respond on this. And I don't know if this is the reason for low spending is, you see, we appreciate the conditions being put on practitioners. It's important, things must be done within the law, but many a times ECDs will find it easier not to actually go and register, and they don't receive the assistance because they find that the criteria throws them out. is there a mechanism, and I've asked this when it was the annual report process, what are the mechanisms in place to practically take ECDs by the hand to ensure that they can fulfill criteria in order to get the assistance and benefit from these grants? I think that we want to, I mean, that's an important question. Also on slide number 12 in the WCED presentation, what mechanisms are in place to avoid underspending of the grant? As the WCED now only has 4 months to spend the allocation fully. We possibly then considered even working with NGOs on the ground, because NGOs are that interface. So I just wanted to get that sense. Thank you. For now, those are my questions. I may have follow-ups later.
Thank you so much. Member Kama.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And let me also welcome the presentations. One question that I have, Chair, and I think I remember I'd asked this question when we were in the oversight visit week, and it's around the funding that is given, which is the 17 rand. And the frustration I was having then, I think the response was that this was a figure that was used even when the function was with DSD, and they used the same amount. And now I want to check from the National Department as to, firstly, is that the case? Are we using the 17 rand based on what was given by DSD? And in that, how does that then align with the new objectives that you have? Because moving ECD from education to DSD was not just an exercise. There are outcomes that are intended, and therefore, why are we using the same amount, which is the 17 rand per child for 264 days? The second question that I have is on slide 12 of the DBE presentation, where it talks about subsidy for conditional grant children. The targeted number of children in the Western Cape is about 18,981, but the number of children who benefited is 9,652. Can we get an understanding around that as to why is that the case? How are these targets set such that we in the Western Cape get to only benefit half or almost half of what was targeted? And I see that there's also no staff members that have benefited in the case of the Western Cape. So can I get a bit more clarity around that? And the other last question for DBE is, I think even in the presentation of the Western Cape Education Department, it's cited as a challenge. Now, I want to get an understanding in terms of your process of allocating funds to provinces, because I think I saw that on slide 9, I saw that we for this financial year, you have about 95 million that you have allocated, but for 2023-24, it then goes to 87 million, and then for 24-25, I assume it goes to then 91 again. So I just want to understand why are these values fluctuating, and what informs the decrease in the allocation for the next financial year. And the last question I have for WCD, I just want to get an understanding of which is this pre-primary school that we have spent this 5.2 million. This 39% of your infrastructure a conditional grant, is it spent in one pre-primary school as indicated here? and which is this? How was it prioritized and identified, and in which part of the province is it located? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. Member Kama, I just want to correct you. You did not ask the question on the 29th of September regarding the 17 Rand. It was the member Baku Force at the Child Welfare Center in Plettenberg Bay. So I just want to make that one correction. Member Christians online.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity. Chair, most of my questions were asked, but let me just add to that quickly. The first question is the money that's not spent, will that be spent before the end of the financial year? Maybe that's an important point. And Member Kama mentioned the 17 Rand. How was that determined? Is that sufficient to assist the child? Why 17? And will it be complicated, more complicated, if you certain children does not qualify because of certain things? Certain children is more deservable than others again. So you're giving the same 17 Rand to that child and that child. Is there no distinction being made when it comes to the 17 Rand? And the other question. Some provinces like KZN and Limpopo, they spend their money, and other provinces are struggling. The Western Cape is struggling. And what is the best practices that was taken from those provinces? Because the need is out there. The need is there. More children need the money. So it's not that we cannot spend it. The need is definitely there. Just the last question, Chair, is. One of the members said that some ECDs feel, listen, the criteria, I don't want to get funding because criteria is difficult to meet. But the more people we get into the funding, the better for the compliance, the better for our children, the better, the oversight is so better. So what does the department do in order to, like a member said, take the hand and say, listen, it's better for you to comply because X, Y, and Z. It's the carrot, which I think we spoke about one day, the carrot, having the carrot in front of them and say, listen, it's better to comply and not to comply. So maybe just in short, Chair, that is just my initial questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do see Member Brancase's hand up online, but because you're number 4, I'm going to take you as the first person in the second round because we do have already quite a number of questions.
No problem, Chair. No problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ms. Kotsa, I'm going to first hand over to you for answers, and then Ms. Lucas, and then I'll take a second round of questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much, members, committee members. This has been really good questions, and thank you for the engagement. Perhaps to start with the first question, that was on after-school care function. So how the function shift worked is that there was legislation that was moved from one minister to the next, and currently early childhood development is regulated in the Children's Act by Chapter 6 specifically, but then Chapter 5 relates to partial care. And we only transferred ECD programs from one minister to the next. So in the Children's Act, where it stated that the Minister of Social Development is responsible for these functions, it now states that the Minister of Basic Education is responsible for these functions. The aftercare function was not specified and not transferred. So legislatively, it still resides with the Department of Social Development. So that wasn't transferred. And for that reason remains with social development. The Western Cape or Ms. Lucas can perhaps explain how the Western Cape have dealt with their matters specifically, but nationally as basic education, we're only responsible for ECD programs, not the aftercare function, because that's essentially a child care function. It's not an early learning function. In terms of the criteria that's used for warded identification, so the conditional framework currently allows for these two mechanisms of identifying children for eligibility for to receive the subsidy. purpose of the ward identification mechanism is basically to alleviate the administrative burden on social workers. Currently, social workers need to assess each child or evaluate each child to see do they qualify for the subsidy or not. We are not currently implementing the ward-based approach because those wards haven't been identified yet. We are waiting for the 2021 national census from Stats SA to come out so that we can look at poverty levels at ward level and calculate and identify which wards will be poverty declared. So that mechanism is in the conditional grant framework to allow us to use it the moment we've got the census list from Stats SA and we've got poverty levels at a ward level. So we're not currently implementing it, but the mechanism is there the moment we can start implementing it. And as I explained, the whole purpose is to alleviate the administrative burden on social workers. In terms of why provinces like the Northwest were struggling with spending their conditional grant, there was a bit of a misunderstanding that came in terms of this conditional grant, where some provinces felt that in order to avoid any audit findings later on, that all ECD programs need to register on the central supplier database. We have clarified with provinces that this is not a requirement. They do not need their ECD programs to register on the central supplier database. But this misunderstanding has led to many provinces having very many burdens in trying to get ECD programs registered on the supplier database to be able to pay them. Now that it's been clarified, so a lot of the payments have been moving and we have been seeing progress over the last month or two. Similarly, another big constraint in some provinces is a human resource gap that has resulted because of the function shift. In many provinces, social workers were transferred that weren't necessarily part of the delivering the ECD function previously, and therefore they didn't have the institutional knowledge in terms of what needs to happen for the payment of subsidies. But we're currently working alongside provinces to see how we can fill this gap and how we can ensure that everyone is up to speed with the business processes that needs to be followed. In terms of mechanisms that's in place to help or take ECDs by the hand to help them to get registered, there's a Vangasali registration process that was initially started by the Department of Social Development that we're continuing. And this process has a two-pronged approach. Once on the one hand, it organizes these jamborees where all the relevant government departments come together and meet with ECD programs in a local area and take them through the exact process they need to follow. Along with that, there's a registration framework that is provided to DBE staff to have a standardized way of registering ECD programs. So at these jamborees, there's registration packs provided to ECD programs that provides them with all the templates they need to get registered. Social workers and basic education staff is there to take them through the process, help them and lead them through these registration packs, as well as to take them through exactly the whole process that needs to happen with regards to local municipalities and so forth. So that is both a process and material that's provided to ECD programs to really try to assist them with the registration process. I know in the Western Cape, there's also NGOs that's been appointed to help with the process, and Ms. Lucas can perhaps speak to how the Western Cape has innovated around this as well. Another question was on what was the 17 Rand per child subsidy based on? So yes, this is a subsidy that we inherited from social development. The subsidy was originally 15 Rand per child per day, and this was then upgraded to 17 Rand per child per day. And we recognize that this amount is too low. It is not covering all the cost of an ECD program. We know that the low amount of the subsidy is also resulting in, for instance, the fact that ECD practitioners don't even get paid at minimum wage. It also means that parents need to contribute fees for ECD programs to be able to operate. However, we also realize that if we want to increase access to the subsidy, so firstly make sure that all children from poor backgrounds in South Africa get access to the subsidy, and we increase the subsidy to the amount that it needs to be in order for it to cover all the cost of a program, it will cost the department 80 billion rand a year, which is almost 40 times what we currently spend. We can't in one financial cycle expect to expand the budget by that much. And we've got a financial model that we've developed and still working on where we see how over the next 20 to 25 years can we systematically improve and make sure that we cover all the costs that needs to happen. So yes, we recognize the 17 Rand per child per day is too low at this point, but we also recognize the realities that we face as a country and realize that just increasing this amount isn't going to happen in the short run, and it needs to be a systematic process over time that happens. There's a question on the Western Cape target versus the number of children that actually benefited. Ms. Lucas, I'm going to ask that you perhaps take that question. I think you're a better place to answer it. The question on whether there's a distinction between children receiving the subsidy. Currently, the subsidy is only eligible for children that basically passes the means test. So it's firstly all children that receive a social grant, they qualify for receiving the subsidy. We deem them as children from poor backgrounds. And for that reason, if they do receive the child support grant or any other social development grant assistance, then they qualify automatically for receiving the subsidy. But then if there's children that are not receiving the grant, but whose parents' income is below a certain threshold, they will also qualify for the subsidy. So we don't make any distinction within children qualifying for the subsidy, but we do say that there are certain children from wealthier backgrounds and their parents are most likely in a place that they or position that can be paying for these services. And given the financial constraints faced by government, it makes sense to make this split. So it's a binary split between children from poor backgrounds and children from wealthier backgrounds. And then I think the final questions are on what are the best practices in provinces who are spending the money. And the big thing that we've realized is, so firstly, it's provinces that understood that ECD programs do not need to register on the central supplier database. And the second one has to do with human resources. The Eastern Cape has worked very closely to ensure that all their staff, both the social workers that were transferred as well as the basic education staff, are trained on all the business processes, and they collaborate in making sure that they complete the business processes to be able to administer the subsidy. A second aspect is that the Eastern Cape has used that 4 million allocation for administration. They've used that on appointing admin clerks that can just help with the processing of the payments. So they've appointed quite a number of administrative clerks to help with the business processes. And I think those were the two best practices is for provinces that have been spending their money. I think I've covered all the questions. If there's any questions outstanding, please do let me know.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lucas.
Thank you very much, Jefferson. I'm going to start with the aftercare. The reason why in the Western Cape the aftercare payments are still being made by WCED is because we took over the TPAs, which was inclusive, ECD inclusive with the aftercare that was part of DSD. We have not taken over the function. We are just doing the payments as explained in the slide and what our role and function is for this financial year. However, that process is still with DSD. And so it is a collaboration between the two departments in the Western Cape. Then in terms of the SSOs, we use SSOs to walk alongside our ECD centers to get registered and to help with the registration process, which can be arduous, and it is quite a concern within the Western Cape with coming from our ECD centers. We use the Vangasali process from April right up to September. We've also registered 105 new registrations. And that is why we can say that we will spend the budget, because many of them are conditionally registered, and so the funding will be used for the next 4 months to support those centres. In terms of the target, the 18,981, and our target is 9,600.
It was the one with the little green thing that's on.
I think somebody's. Okay.
Apologies, Ms. Lucas. I'm just going to remind everyone, if you're not on the floor presenting or busy asking a question, please can you just mute your mics and or videos so that we don't have feedback on the system. Otherwise, we're going to struggle to hear the answers from Ms. Lucas. Thank you so much. Ms. Lucas, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The 18,981 is the target that we have taken based on the number of sites that we have. The actual target that is registered for the conditional grant section of our funding is 9,652. So in terms of what we are paying, we obviously know that we are a little bit off target, but it has to do with the numbers that are registered for conditional grant funding. Then in terms of the slide that Councilman Palmer spoke about, the 95 million is broken up, around 82 million is for subsidies and the 13 million is for infrastructure. The reason why we underspent on the infrastructure for the 2 terms, and you see that there was no movement right up until the 30th of September, as DBE presented, was that we needed to find our feet in terms of the infrastructure grant. We are now well on our way. The school that is being built is the Inchukuno Primary in Khayelitsha. There is an assessment and a whole process that has been decided that we will add our grade R and our ECD classrooms too. So the assessment is available, the infrastructure assessment. We also need to note that because of the various years, and as in the slide, I think that DBE has shown us, there is a fluctuation in the conditional grant. And I think in our challenges in the slide that we've presented, we say that that is a challenge when we are dealing with multi-year contracts and where we want to establish ECD within the WCD. The other criteria, yes, Alderman Christians, we agree that more sites must be registered. We want them so that we can check compliance. We have a process where we have advocacy, jamborees, and our SSOs. The minute sites want to register, we attach them to an SSO, which is part of an area, and they walk alongside them. So there is a vigorous advocacy, but people have the right to decide whether they want to register or not. As part of that process. I just want to check if I have all the questions. Last one, the Western Cape does not use the number of staff members that can be employed using the conditional grant. We use the whole conditional grant for subsidization. I also want to note that the presentation of DBE was up until the 30th of September, and my presentation had the most current stats in terms of data and money spent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was Member Brincase's hand first in line for questions. Any other hands? Okay, I will then go after Member Brincase. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, and good afternoon to everybody again. And thank you very much for the National Department for that presentation, and to the Provincial Department also. Chair, my question is simple, that for how many years, seeing that this financial year that the Western Cape Education Department didn't spend the money that was allocated to them, my question is that for how many years have the Western Cape Education Department not spent that money that was allocated to them? And secondly, my second question is that the remaining time for this financial year, the next 3 or 4 months, do the education department have a plan, a strategic plan of spending that money that is still not spent? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Member Brankus. I just want to check that I heard correctly. Are you asking the Western Cape Education Department, who received early childhood development as a function in April this year, why they have not spent the ECD conditional grant for the previous financial years that has been given to provinces, which is also a matter we dealt with as part of the negotiating mandate of the Division of Revenue Adjustment Bill in the Budget Committee, which I know you're also a permanent member on.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Yes, yes.
Okay, so I understood the question correctly.
Yes.
Okay, no problem. I will ask my questions now. Thank you. Are there any other hands before I go ahead? I know I usually leave mine to last. Member Kama, you may go ahead then.
No, thanks, Chair. Mine is just a follow-up around the aftercare question that was raised by member side earlier. The first response from the national department was that they only took the ECD function and not the aftercare, and I think that was collaborated by Ms. Lucas later on. Now I see in the presentation of WCD that the reason why they are making the payment is because the ECD budget transferred to the department for the current financial year was inclusive of the aftercare budget. Now the question is, why was that the case when they do not have a function? I understand the discussion and the agreement between the two departments later on, but I just want to understand why was a transfer made to WCED for aftercare when that function is not in that particular department. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Any other hands? Okay, I just want to find out, apologies, on slide 12 of the DBE presentation, it indicated that input is received from provinces on the conditional grant criteria and framework. If you could just indicate what has the input from provinces been on the framework and criteria. Then I just want to make sure on the WCED presentation, it was, apologies, slide 12. So the money for that pre-primary school with the 5 ECD classes is for the Khayelitsha school that you're building. If I can just get more clarity on that, I'm not sure if I just heard that correctly. And then Ms. Kotze indicated that you need 80 billion rand per year to fund ECD fully. I'm not sure if I heard that correctly. Is it for the whole country? Is it for the province? Is it just for the subsidy? Is it inclusive of the infrastructure? And then Ms. Leekes indicated that with the 105 new registrations of ECDs between April and September, that's how you know that you're going to spend the money. In June this year, on the 10th of June, I know that apologies. Yes, sorry. On the 10th of June presentation by WCED, there was 1,613 registered ECDs, and at that time there was 3,283 unregistered ones. So I just want to know these 105 new registrations, is it over and above the 1,613 already registered, or is it inclusive now of the new amount that you've indicated? And if it's 105 new, how much funding will they qualify for each or average? Thank you so much.
Oh,
We can start with Ms. Kotze. Thanks.
wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think the two questions that I'll answer, the one is the input we've received from provinces. Main input have been on the infrastructure component, where provinces have indicated that the threshold amounts that we have that's in the conditional grant framework for maintenance as well as for the construction of new ECD centres are too low, and that they are struggling to find service providers to be able to conduct the required work within these thresholds. It's for this reason that we, for instance, included that new line in the infrastructure component to allow for deviations to take place. The DBE has been listening to provinces. We hear their plea and have appointed quantity surveyors to do an independent evaluation as to whether the pleas are accurate. Are the amounts too low? Should we be revising the amounts? So this is ongoing work that we're busy with to make sure in future rounds that we increase the amounts should that be warranted. The second input that we've received from provinces is that the outcomes of the subsidy component shouldn't only look at matters of access, for instance, the number of children receiving the subsidy or number of children accessing ECD programs, but that it should also look at matters of quality and specifically learning outcomes. And that is also something that we will consider for future rounds, is to think through the best way in terms of incorporating matters of quality early learning in the conditional grant framework. And then in terms of the 80 billion, yes, the 80 billion was costed to allow all children from poor backgrounds, so typically your quintile 1 to 3 children, to have fully funded ECD programs. So not only the 17 Rand per child per day, but having ECD programs that are fully funded by government. So it will mean increasing access as well as increasing the amount. And that's why we realize it's not very feasible in the short run, but it's definitely a long run objective.
Thank you, Ms. Kotze. When I think about the amount that we spend on interest paying back loans, I'm not sure whether I necessarily agree with the 80 billion Rand. But Ms. Lucas, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first thing, Alderman Brinkhuis, your question around a strategic plan for the remaining time. We are well aware that we have 4 months. We will include the 105 over and above what we're already paying because they are new sites. And then the lapsed registration will also be part of that. And so we comfortably can agree that there will be, the money will be spent within the financial year. In terms of the aftercare and the payment for that, when we took over the function, we agreed, and we have an agreement between the two heads of department, that we would use the TPA, and in the TPA, the aftercare section was already calculated in the monies that would be going out to various sites. So that is the reason why we sitting with the purse, with the money for the aftercare. Then in terms of slide 12, Chairperson, that is the school in Kailicha. It's called Imchungu Primary. And yes, that the school is the one that we spoke about. Then the 105 new sites is over and above the 1,600 that are registered, but they're not all of them receive funding or want funding.
I'm not sure which institution is going to say no to not wanting funding, but I saw another hand here in the committee room. Member Syed.
Chair, no, just a correction. I see some of the members are being referred to as long-standing councillors in the city. I don't know when Molana Brinkhuis became a councillor. I knew he's a member of the legislature, so maybe just on that one. Chair, just quick on the with reference, and this is slide number 10 of the WCED presentation, with reference to the claim that the department that is unable to execute the grant as stipulated in the business plan. Why is it that the DSD use the social sector I mean, why did they use a social sector organization to execute the grant, which resulted in the audit finding? I just wanted to get that sense. Then the other aspect is in terms of the
Apologies, member side, is it
Yeah.
slide 12?
No.
10.
Yeah, slide 10. Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
slide number 10. That's basically. Then just, I mean, I don't think, I mean, member Christians also followed up on my question around the criteria and what is being done to take ECDs by the hand, you know, to fulfill criteria so that they don't fall by the wayside or feel intimidated. I don't think that answer, I mean, I don't think that question was responded to adequately. Maybe we could just get some more detail as to what is being done. Have there been concrete cases that the department can cite where it's, for example, taken an ECD and said, look, it's difficult, you are not meeting the criteria, this is how. To benefit from the conditional grants. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think those are both to WCED, right? Okay, Ms. Lucas?
Thank you very much for the correction, Mr. Said. There, in terms of the criteria and how we help sites, the 105, let's speak about those specifically. If they were registered under Vangasali, many of the criteria was relaxed in terms of getting a letter from your EHP, which is your environmental health practitioner, and not a certificate. And so in that way, through the project, we are assisting schools that would never, or sites that would never have been able to register. So through the Vangasali project, which there is various tools that are being used to get them to register. We also, our SSOs are helping our institutions to use the modernization tool that has been developed by the City of Cape Town. And so in that way, they are walking alongside our institutions to actually get them to be registered. And I think there are various ways in which the SSOs that are contacted by us to do this function, they are going over and above to help institutions to most probably navigate the system, the compliance part of the registration with the different municipalities. In terms of, I think I missed your first question, sir, if you don't mind repeating that one.
Ms. Lucas, it was regarding the business plan that you must submit to National Treasury and those respective criteria and how that hinders the spending of the finances.
Yeah, the business plan that we received from DSD was executed in DSD in a specific way. It was given to an NGO who executed the maintenance at that time, but that also was a transfer payment to an SSO. The finding from the AG was that needed to be a goods and services, which means it has to go through procurement. For the next financial year and the coming financial years, we will be able to put this process most probably through procurement. But if you come in April, for this financial year, all of those things that need to be done for the procurement plan has already been executed. So that was a little bit difficult for us. And we had to find a way of executing and expending this money in the grant, according to the grant criteria. I think that speaks to that. Any other question?
Thank you so much. Any hands? Member Syed? Ms. Lucas, I just want to check quickly. You said that the 20% allocated to us in terms of the administration component, we're using fully for the subsidy. So I know the split is 40-40-20. So I want to know then for us in the Western Cape, that 20% then goes over to the 40. So we are 60-40 with no administration. We're not spending it on administration, basically. Just want to check that.
Chairperson, you were speaking about the funding, the 17 Rand, that split, the 40-20 split is for the 17 Rand. I think the question was asked around why are we not using the money for staffing, administration staffing in that grant section, and the administration staffing, which in our case is 2.8 million, is going to form part of the subsidy so that we can subsidize more centers.
Thank you so much, Member Syed.
Okay, quick one, and this just maybe it's a logistical, operational question. I'd like to know just if ECDs, you would obviously have at times where ECDs are attached to schools, right? Do the operational individuals who are part of the ECDs also attend the same budget meetings of the school? I just wanted to get that just as operational level, nothing really substantive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lucas.
Mr. Syed, the ECD is not attached to schools. I have not, grade R is attached to public ordinary schools, and they normally attend the same budget meeting, but not ECD. If we're speaking ECD as 0 to 4, is not attached to a public ordinary school.
Thank you so much. Because we have a little bit of time before our next session, I know there are some ECD practitioners in the house today, and I wanted to find out if they have something specific for either national or province that they would like to ask. Not at this time. You can also submit in writing if you wish. Apologies, it was Mr. Apologies, if you can just reintroduce yourselves. I forgot where I put my
Yeah,
place
my
now.
name is Mr. Jakut, Anwar Jakut of the Anwar Jakut Foundation. Yes, I've listened, quite attentively to what has been raised. The question surrounding how do the ECDs benefit, right? Especially those in the townships that are not registered. And one word came out here was it's an arduous process, and that is just the process. What about the actual facility itself? I mean, one example is that because we go into these townships, you have a ECD with qualified ECD teachers, educators, level 4 and 5, operating out of a 9x6 makeshift unit with 1 chemical toilet and 34 learners. What type of, I don't even want to use the word, but anyway, what type of assistance would a facility like that actually receive from the department? The question to me would always be, from most of these ECDs that we visited, is it correct to register with the department or try and get registered? My answer to them is no. The first thing that's going to be, they're going to be shut down first and foremost because of the regulations that is required. What's going to happen to those 34 learners? Probably go back to the Gogos, where they actually have no food in the house in the first place. At least they're getting a meal where they're going to. And they have qualified ECD practitioners assisting them. So my question is, how do we, instead of just coming there and saying, no, you don't qualify, your facilities don't have the necessary equipment, the toilet facilities, how do we go there and walk that walk with them? Are there possible interventions for facility? And I promise you, most of the politicians are probably sitting in boardrooms or in offices. They should actually go out there and see what it's like in the rural areas. You know, I come from a teaching background and I taught at a primary school. Well, it was a long time ago, but they should actually go out there. Some of these ECDs are still teaching under trees in places like Klapmuts and in the rural areas. So what would the department, whether it be National or Western Cape education departments, how would they assist these guys instead of just shutting them down and saying to them, we will assist you and we'll put up 5 toilets for you. We'll give you a better facility. And I think they must start thinking out of the box. Everybody's talking about major monies to be spent on building new facilities. There are religious institutions, churches, mosques who have facilities. Why not approach these guys and say to them, we can upgrade your facilities and have a decent ECD, educare center? I think we just got to start thinking out of the box here, instead of just the norm of we've got to build new facilities all the time at 50 million and 10 million and 80 million. I think we need to really start thinking out of the box. I mean, basic education should be for everybody. I mean, I look at the last page on the ECD conditional grant framework. That's the most important. I'm not interested in the figures. ECD is everybody's business. And I think that we should take that into account when we start looking at all these policies and regulations. That's just my 2 cents for now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jakut. Ms. Leakus?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Jakut, we've got the ECD since 1 April 2022. We have been out in the field looking at various types of institutions, and we will have to formulate a plan that is going to help many more of our unregistered sites be registered or become registered. But we also need to understand that the norms and standards as enshrined in the Children's Act, there's a reason for that. And in the process of developing any plan, we must first take into consideration children's safety. So that's the first priority. The other thing that we also can do is to speak to a lot of the facilities are in those facilities for more than 5 to 10 years, and they have not upgraded the facility or feel the need to move out. We need to look at and maybe do roadshows. I agree with you. Think outside of the box, do roadshows and say what is acceptable for our young children, and then move off from there. But there is definitely a rethinking that is needed, and we agree with you.
Mr. Jakut, do you have a follow-up question for Ms. Leakus?
I think I can probably sit here all afternoon and argue the point that I've just made. Yes, it is encouraging to hear that they have been doing, road shows. To be honest with you, I generally don't come to meetings like this because most of the time I call them talk shops. Then there's commissions of inquiries and then goes on and on and on, but very little has been done on the ground. I see it. Like I said, I taught way back in the 80s, and I spent time, at Model C schools, on governing bodies. But for the last 2 years, myself and 2 retired principals have gone out into the rural areas and into the townships and to the gang-infested areas. And what we see, it's atrocious. And we get talk like this now, and I agree with you, this is the safety of the children. That comes, it's priority. But what's going to happen to those kids when those ECDs are shut down? Talk about the Children's Act. Come on now. Do you want those kids to be roaming the streets in those townships? Where are they safer? In that ECD with qualified ECD teachers or roaming the streets? I think we've got to get our priorities right here now. You know, stop throwing the law, stop throwing regulations, you know, in the paths of people that want to do something. Sometimes those rules and regulations must be bent. There are exceptions to the rule. Go and find the exceptions and do something concrete about it. You know, let us stop, you know, looking at bureaucracy. The children first, bureaucracy second. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to be noted in terms of the Code of Conduct of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, we cannot encourage illegality. However, I'm going to ask that Ms. Lucas just deal with the question at hand regarding what happens to an ECD center when it's shut down due to safety, but the kids, what happened to those kids, for example? I see Member Sides and Member Karma's hand. Yeah, wanting to come in by the public's time, but okay, Member Side, Member Karma, go ahead.
No, it's not to take from the public time. It's just to say that, no, look, my sense is that the member of the public was not necessarily encouraging illegality per se, but for us to be nuanced and to encourage a sense of nuance and flexibility when it comes to the kind of outcomes that we want to achieve. I just wanted to, that's not how I understood the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Side. My aim is just to make sure that the committee is always protected should someone on YouTube decide that we are encouraging illegality. Member Karma?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think firstly, I thought you are going to assure the member of the public that this is not a talk show. We do really follow up on the questions we ask and the presentations that are made, and encourage him to continuously come to these sessions, because it's definitely not a talk show. But one question, Chair, that I want to ask specifically, because I think Member Said, Member Christians asked this question around what are we doing to assist these ECD centers. Now, I want to check in the work that the department is doing here in the province or even nationally, are there ECD centers that were closing in this process of trying to get them registered? Are there ECD centers that we are closing or that we have identified for closure? Because I think that should give us a sense then in terms of what we need to do to ensure that we assist them and if it's issues of safety, to what extent, you know, what are we talking about that leads to that closure? So are there any ECDs that were closing in the province? Because I'm worried about the statement, Chair, that was made earlier by the member of the public, that when he gets to an ECD and they ask him, must we register or not, he says no. I'm worried about that statement and having the understanding of what the department is trying to achieve, you know, with getting these ECDs registered for the interest of the child, because ultimately it's not for the interest of the ECD center, but for the interest of the child. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Member Karma. I was going to deal with committee procedure afterwards, but I can deal with it now as well. Just in terms of the committee procedure, most of our meetings, we could call this is a meeting, it's a committee meeting, but most of our committee meetings are actually oversight visits. And you won't necessarily know when we do an oversight visit because majority of our oversight visits are also unannounced, so that people don't make it look pretty for us when they know that we are coming. So often you will not know that we've done an unannounced oversight visit until you see the report of the unannounced oversight visit. So we do encourage members of the public to attend our meetings. It's not always possible in terms of oversight visits, but for example, today, as members of the public, you're welcome in committee meetings such as these with presentations in order to get more information and to get answers from the department, because the Western Cape government is spending the public's money. It's the people's money. It's not the Minister of Finance's money nationally. It's not the President's money. It's not even the Premier or the Minister of Finance in the province's money. It's the people's money. So they need to be accountable for the money that is being spent. Ms. Lucas?
Thank you, Chairperson. We, in terms of the closure of schools, if the school is recommended for closure, it is our duty. We have to see that learners are placed within that same area, and it will always be in the best interest of the child where the placement will take place. However, if it is the only school in that area, we need to work with the school so that it stays open. And so that type of negotiations and collaboration happens within the department. If the school is identified for closure for various reasons, there is an investigation that firstly happens, and we try to accommodate all learners. And I think, yeah.
Ms. Lucas, can I put you on the spot and ask if you could indicate your email address for schools that are struggling then with the registration process, or where safety is a concern and it's in terms of the closure, then you can assist those schools, because you've indicated now that you either then help to place the children, or if it's the only school in the area, you try to assist the school to remain open. So if there's an email address or a telephone number that people could call to be like, you've indicated this now, we need the help, how do you assist us? Who do they contact?
They can contact Kim Hendricks on the following telephone number, 021 833 8478.
So it is 021 833 8478.
78, yeah.
Thank you so much. We will also have it noted in our minutes. With that, it is now 2:30. We have asked the next presenters to be here at 3 o'clock instead of 3:30 because we are running early with our meeting. We will thus now just take a half an hour break. There are refreshments outside if you are here in person. And if you're online, I suggest that you make yourself a cup of coffee in the meantime. I would like to thank the national departments for being with us today. We really appreciate it and assisting us with what has been quite a long process in terms of early childhood development. And I think from an education perspective, it's a new topic in our committee because it came over from the Department of Social Development. So we're continuously trying to find ways to improve the challenge upon the challenges in this program. And I also just want to say thank you to National Treasury and Provincial Treasury for also attending. And I think this is quite groundbreaking because often when we speak about conditional grants within respective departmental votes for service delivery, we struggle with the communication between those who work in finances and those who are doing the work on the ground. And going forward, I would like to see more people in finances in meetings like this when we're dealing with conditional grant funding or equitable share matters. Should you wish to stay on for the rest of the meeting, you are welcome, but it is not necessary. Thank you so much. The meeting is now suspended until 3 o'clock.
Yeah, but maybe just not part. Any update on the presentation? Oh, okay. Embargoed.
Thank you so much. It is 3 o'clock on the dot. Thank you, members and the guests and officials present for assisting us also with moving this presentation up by 30 minutes. We are now in the second session of the Education Committee, dealing with the briefing by the Western Cape Education Department on the admissions process for 2023. Because we have some new people for the second session, I'm just going to ask that members just reintroduce themselves, and then I'm going to ask the officials to introduce themselves. And then I'm just going to ask for those present from the guests just to introduce themselves, please. My name is Deirdre Bartman. I'm Chair of the Education Committee.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Christopher Fry. I'm a member of this committee.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister, and the guests and officials. My name is Khalid Sayed, member of the committee.
Good afternoon, Chair, and the Minister and the Department, members of the public. My name is Mesuli Kama, member of the Provincial Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, members online. If you can just reintroduce yourselves, otherwise I'll just read out the names.
Afternoon, Chair. Ferlin Christians, member of this committee.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister. Good afternoon, all colleagues. Khalil Brinkhuis.
Thank you so much. If the officials can now introduce themselves who are in the committee room first.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is David Mania. I'm the Minister of Education.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brent Walters. I'm the HOD for Education.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Alan Mayer. I'm the Deputy Director General, Branch IDC.
Good afternoon, everybody. Lance Abrams, working admissions districts.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Sali Abrams. I'm the Deputy Director General for Education Planning in the WCED.
At the back here, sorry, just officials. You just read your name in for the record at one of the mics, please.
My name is Brenda Hammond. I'm Director Communication, WCD.
Thank you so much. If the officials online, if any, can just introduce themselves then. I see one, but it's from the previous presentations person, so I'm not sure if they're staying online just to listen to what we have to say or if they wish to introduce themselves. Okay, I'm going to assume that we are probably part of the radio station in the office. If the guests in the committee room can just introduce themselves, please just put the mic on when you say your name into the record file. I'll start on my right and your left.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Nomvuiso Fanishe.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Aporina Lonsi, and I am activist for the Aboriginal Authentic people.
My name is Frederick Jenica. I represent an Aboriginal organization in Heidelberg and as well as a parent of a student.
I'm Teddy Stevens from Autism Matters South Africa.
I'm Alimara So from Autism Matters RSA.
Good afternoon, I'm Paul France. I represent the community of Kelseyville of the Flag.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Andrew Titus. I'm from East River.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Desiree Janica. I'm a community leader in Heidelberg, representing the community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and everyone. My name is Bolegwenda Manuel. I'm a member of the public and the parent from East River.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nolufefe Mbombo. I'm representing the School Crisis Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. With that, Minister and HOD, we're going to jump straight into the presentation, followed by the questions and answers. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Chairperson. I'd like to make some opening remarks before I hand over to Brent Walters and the team for the presentation. I want to begin by thanking the committee for the opportunity to brief you on the Rapid School Build program and, of course, on learner admissions for 2023. Obviously, I'm joined by Brent Walters and the team from the department who have already introduced themselves. The team will brief the committee first on progress with admissions 2023, including the fact that 100,302 or 89.1% of our grade 1 and grade 8 learners have already been placed. The team will also brief the committee on our response to admissions 2023, including our ambitious infrastructure delivery program, which includes delivering 842 additional classrooms, which far exceeds the number of classrooms that we have delivered in previous years. And it also includes, Chairperson, our Rapid School Build program, which aims to build 7 new schools in 6 months, creating 3,200 additional places. And of course, as the committee is well aware, we will also brief the committee on the expansion of our basket of posts, which includes 1,143 additional posts for teachers in the Western Cape. Chairperson, our infrastructure delivery program is ambitious. But it does face significant risks, which the team will take you through. But we will nevertheless press on and do everything we can to ensure that the rate at which we deliver classrooms is not compromised. In the end, we intend to push ahead and ensure that there is a place for every learner in the Western Cape. With that, Chairperson, I'd like to hand over to Brent Walters to take us through the presentation. But perhaps just before he jumps in, we have tabled a presentation and a report as promised. I do want to apologize for the committee for the late submission of that presentation and indeed the report. But I would like the committee to bear in mind that the report includes a lot of data, which of course had to be verified. The sign-off process was slightly more complex than usual in view of pending litigation. And of course, we were very focused over the last 3 or 4 days on mitigating the impact of the taxi strike in the Western Cape. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much, Chairperson, committee members, other members of the public who are present, representing organizations. We really do value the opportunity to share some of the opportunities, risks, and challenges that come with placement for the 2023 year. Our presentation today is going to talk about learner admissions for 2023. But more importantly, it's going to sketch to you the response of the Education Department to the demand for places and also give you the confidence that we are able to actually place learners as in terms of the plans that we're actually going to roll out. So our intention today is to sketch the problem, sketch the magnitude of that problem, but also to put on the table a robust solution which we think can actually address the needs of learners. So I think it goes without saying that we're all familiar with the vision of the department, quality education for every child in every classroom, in every school in the province. And clearly, it's a vision statement. We try to move towards the vision, so everything we do is geared towards the vision and to the values that underpin that vision. I want to start off, Chairperson, by just talking about the growth patterns inside the province. On the graph in front of you, you have from the years 2018 through to 2022, an average growth per year of 17,901 learners. For those who are familiar with education, which I'm sure you all are, we all went to school at some point. We know that in an average classroom, you have 14 in a classroom on average. If you were to work that out, that's a heck of a lot of classrooms that need to be covered to be able to mitigate that growth. We are a growing province, just like Gauteng. We represent the two megalithic provinces where people in line with world trends for urbanization are moving to certain urban areas. So Gauteng and ourselves, we demonstrate that growth. We get a lot of learners in every year. As you can see in the various years there, we went 18,795 between 2018 and 2019. From 2019 to 2020, 17,562, and so on, right up to from 2021 to 2022, 16,933, and that represents an average growth per year of 17,901 learners. Now, I think what is important is that we are challenged as a department all the time about, okay, so have you advertised your system? How do people get onto your system? Have you advocated for the system? Do people know about your system? Do people know where it is that they need to go in relation to the system? And so we had a process of advocacy in schools in January in 2022 through posters and pamphlets, advocacy in media about upcoming admissions process. And Chairperson, I just want to pause to tell you the kinds of things we did for advocacy. We had enrollment pamphlets which we distributed to all primary and pre-primary schools, enrollment posters. We had radio advertisements on Umhlobo Weneni, KFM Heart, Zibonelli, Radio Zibonelli, Eden FM, in Afrikaans, English, and Xhosa. We had mall activations where we went out in various areas. We did to assist parents, especially in the Cape Metro area where we have pressure with enrollments, online enrollments, N1 City, Sanlam Center, Airport Center, Cape Gate, Khayelitsha, Guguletu malls. We had those on Saturdays and Sundays over a number of weekends between 9 o'clock and 1500 hours. We did newspaper adverts in all the local newspapers, including Isola Bantu, the People's Eye, the Tegerburger, the whole suite of Tegerburger, Bukani, Plainsman, and so on. We did loud hailing and pamphlet distribution in areas, Lewandley, Wallace Dean, Blukenbos, Umfeleni, Delft, Blue Downs, Silver Sands, and so on, all areas of high demand to be able to make sure that people can actually apply. We even did in-taxi advertising. We did on the following routes, Umfeleni, Delft, Blue Downs, Eerste River, Kuils River, Silver Sands, and so on. We did mobile billboards across the province. We did media releases, and we did social and digital media. I think anybody who says the Department of Education hasn't advocated for places, I think they need to read through this list, Chairperson. It is in the report, it's detailed as to some of the actions we have actually taken as a department. On 14th March 2022, the admission system opened and the admission system closed on 15th April 2022, but it did not close for people who were late to apply. So the admission system closed, there was a cutoff date, so that essentially we know how many people actually applied in the time. And going forward, we would like it that if everybody could apply in time, because that allows us to actually plan properly because we know what the numbers are. The site, however, remains open for late applications. And even up to now, we're still getting walk-in applications of people who actually walk into our doors and say, well, actually, I do actually want to be accommodated. So from 15 April, we closed the admissions. 16 April 2022 to 27th May, the SGB applies the admission policies and they finalize the applications. On the 27th of May 2022, the parents are informed of the outcome of the applications. And here's a very important thing. On that system, you're allowed to choose up to 10 schools. And so you can put your schools in order of your preference. And the system will choose the first school for those learners where parents have not accepted. So basically, it's like first choice not there, second choice not there. Maybe we allocate you to your third choice. The schools review the admission list from July to August and continue to call parents on the waiting lists. The closing date for parents to make a decision on which school they will accept is 17 June, and then we had school closures. And of course, admission teams at the moment, we are busy to resolve all outstanding cases. If we were to look at the scope of what we're dealing with, then we received timelessly by 15th April 2022, 20,275 grade 1 applications and 74,882 applications for grade 8. After 15th April, we received a further 3,942 grade 1 applications and 18,171 grade 8 applications. If you were to roughly add those two numbers together, the total comes to about 117,000 applications for the various places that we have inside the system. So if we were to look at that at this point, because I think that's of importance for the committee, of those applications that we received, that 117,000, how many are placed as of 3rd November 2022? So at this stage for grade 1, we got 21,301 learners placed. That represents 93.9% placed. And for grade 8, 79,001, which represents 87.4%. Left to be placed, learners in the process of being placed. In grade 1, 6.1% must still be placed. And in grade 8, 12.6% must still be placed. That is making an assumption, or just to indicate that that's the situation today, Chairperson, as of 3rd November. Clearly, we're still getting walk-ins. We will see from the presentation later on that we will still get candidates and learners who arrive after 1 January all the way into April of next year for places. And obviously, we need to plan as if that is going to happen, even though we hope it's not going to happen. We hope that more people actually apply in time, but we can't predict the behavior patterns of people. So we have planned to ensure that we can actually accept learners even in the first quarter of next year. So the question is, how do we respond to that? We know there's this growth. We said there's growth. We can see there's demand. We can see that we're growing over time. Our response is that we've got some work to do, and we call it, we are doing our schoolwork to be able to respond. So we got like a homework, and what will we actually do? So first of these is that there was a massive increase in our infrastructure budget. It went from 1.4 billion in 2020-21 to 1.755 billion in 2021-22 to a massive 2.553 billion in the 2022-2023 financial year. And that infrastructure is premised and basically focused on building new schools, more classrooms, more opportunities for learners so that learners can actually get a seat. Our system expansion plans for 2023, we have 3 brick and mortar new and replacement schools, which will give us 46 additional classrooms. We have 5 new mobile schools, which will give us 50 additional classrooms. We have new classroom builds, which will give us 645 additional classrooms. And we have 7 rapid build school projects, which will give us 101 additional classrooms. That's a total of 842 new classrooms being put into the system. At least that will provide 26,000 additional seats in schools. Now, we provide the additional seats. We have to predict where we think people will go. The system has choice. So it doesn't necessarily mean there's a direct correlation, because you may still find the parent decided, I want a place in, let's say, Bloekombosch, but I can't get a place in Bloekombosch. Maybe those schools are full, but we perhaps have a place, let's say, in Kraaifontein. I'm just making that up as an example. So you may still get slight mismatches, Chairperson, and then it becomes a question of us offering the parents a reasonable place. To say to the parent, well, this is reasonable, it's within reason. We want to offer you a place to make sure that your child does actually have a place for school for the 2023 calendar year. We are building 3 brick and mortar new and replacement schools to open in 2023 school year. So we're just going to go into the detail a little bit. It delivers the equivalent of an additional 46 new classrooms that it's at Mauriceburg High School, Chatsworth Primary School, and Perryvale Primary School. On new mobile classrooms, there are 5 mobile schools for the 2023 school year, which will give us 50 additional classrooms. That's 10 classrooms per school. In Klapmuts, there's a high school and a primary school. In Lwandle, a high school. In Tafelsig, a high school. And in Mitchells Plain, a high school, to be able to address the demand that we experience inside those areas. On the new classroom builds, we've got brick and mortar expansions for 52 additional classrooms. We've also got a fairly new product, Chairperson. It's called Moladi. It's Mr. Abrams can talk about the technical details, but it's basically almost like a filling. You know, you pour concrete and fill a mix of stuff. Mr. Abrams knows the technical detail. But here's the key with this thing. It meets all the standards for building. It's concrete, okay? So it's obviously it's brick and mortar. It's like a concrete structure, and it takes a much shorter time to actually build from when you break ground to when you actually can put people inside the classroom than a normal brick and mortar build. So obviously it's attractive to us. We have 238 additional classrooms slated for that. And mobile classrooms, I think we're all familiar with those. We have 81 additional classrooms. And then in addition, we have what we call SGB builds, where essentially we just monitor certain schools that have pressure that are able to build additional classrooms themselves. We cross-subsidize that and we monitor that and make sure that that meets the standards. On the rapid build program, we have 5 new build schools slated, 2 new high schools in Metro North, that's in the Gulf and Atlantis area. Those will be Maladi schools. We have 1 new primary school in Metro North at Rivergate. That's a brick and mortar school. And then 2 new primary schools in Metro East, Lwandle and Wallace Dean, and that will be brick and mortar schools. In 2 building developments, we have 1 new high school in Metro Central in Hout Bay, it's brick and mortar, and 1 new high school in Metro North, Century City, which is also brick and mortar. Now, Chairperson, when you are running a school system, you have to predict the numbers, which we've done. You have to predict from your best information where people will go. You have to then put down the infrastructure for seats. You have to also provide textbooks, desks, stationery, all the other things, what they call LTSM materials, to make sure that you can do that. But of course, your one resource, if you don't have this single resource that I'm going to mention now, all this means nothing. You need to also invest in your teachers. So with all these new learners coming into the system, for the first time for a long time, the Western Cape Education Department, we increased what is called a basket of posts, which is in other words, the total number of teachers that can actually teach inside the system. We increased that by 1,143. This becomes a very, very important slide, Chairperson, which I'm sure the committee will be interested in, because we're showing from the year 2016 all the teaching posts that we have actually increased inside the basket. And this year, there's definitely a firm commitment to ensure that we get 1,143 posts for the 2023 year, bringing our teacher cohort total to 36,417 in the more than 1,500 schools we have inside the system. That comes at the estimated cost for 2023-24 of 503 million rand, and we believe that's part of the commitment. So it's basically getting your infrastructure correct, first identifying the places, identifying the excesses, getting your infrastructure correct, getting your LTSM materials correct, getting your teacher human resource infrastructure correct. You make all those things align, and then essentially you have the places. So there are risks to this, Chairperson. And I want to talk about the risks because the risks are things we can't predict. The risks, what we're showing you now in this slide is late applications which were received in December of 2021 and received in January of 2022 and received from 1 January to 30th April of 2022. Now, why are we showing that slide? Is to demonstrate to the committee that last year we had a total of 7,900 applications that were received from 1 January to 30th April. we had received, obviously in January up to 25th, 3,995, and in December 2005. Point about that is 1,000 learners is a big number in our system. It's all school. If you look at those numbers, you can see. So then it becomes like, how do you predict that? And what then happens is parents also would not have had perhaps as many choices as somebody would have applied in time to be able to have a wide spectrum of choice. And so their choices become narrower as to the options that can be provided. And we have provided options. For example, in this year, we have at the Ottery School of Industry, we open up the Gateway School for learners from the Mitchells Plain Tafelsig area and other areas in that region that could not be placed, and they were then placed inside that area. But this represents significant risk. I think late applications I've already spoken to as a risk. We need to be sure that we can cater for any unexpected scenario. But historically, in the 3 years I've been here that I've dealt with this will now be the third time that I've dealt with this. This is quite a difficult area to predict. But I think what you can see from the presentation we've given you here today, there's certainly no lack of commitment, Chairperson. Not in resources, not in ability, not in history. We also have the desire to make sure we can actually place these learners. I do want to appeal to the committee because you have links into community. You have links into community as committee. Some of the members here who have come from the public, they represent organizations. I think what we want to say to you is that the education department can only play a certain level and a certain role. The education of children is in the hands of parents, firstly. It's got to be in the hands of parents. Parents need to, so if you have people who have not applied, please encourage them to apply. We hope that they can apply before 15 December. That allows for better planning for next year for us. Now, we know some will still come in January, but I think over time, we're hoping that that eventually can actually be eliminated, that by the time we close on 15 December, in inverted commas, but unfortunately some still have to work, but we close, that we then have a picture of what's going to happen in January. As of this 15 December, we'll be able to give you a very accurate picture of where we are. However, we cannot predict what will happen in January. And then January becomes almost like a rolling action that we need to engage in. We need to get the registration of learners. So one is to encourage parents to do that. But the second thing is, if I can please ask the committee to help us with this. Parents need to give accurate information, Chairperson. Parents give cell numbers with 1 digit missing. They give emails that don't work. They give, so when you try and contact them, you can't get hold of them to say, well, we've got a place for you at this school. Mr. Said, your son wants to go to school X. We've got a place. But then Mr. Said has given us a 9-digit cell phone number instead of 10 digits. And then we see it doesn't work. So if you can, I think, assist us in that regard, I think that we will really welcome that. I think there are other risks, Chairperson. We don't want to downplay the risks. They are there. Social unrest is a risk. We just been through 2 days of social unrest. We had to make contingency plans for our matric exams, and thank heavens, touch wood. It seems like those contingency plans work by allowing our students to go to any exam venue. If they couldn't get to their normal exam venue, it seems like that worked. But social unrest is an issue because, especially with the BOLD program, if you have social unrest, you can't actually access the site. That becomes problematic. There's also extortion demands, which happen inside communities, which clearly is unacceptable to the WCED. And really that also is a risk to us because clearly we're not open to extortion. So then that also causes some delays. There's strikes, which can lead to delays in building completion. And that obviously we also need to keep a watch on. There is the risk of the availability and delivery of building materials. My DDG for infrastructure is sitting on the end of the table, and last night at 10 o'clock, Minister, we had a conversation. I couldn't get hold of him, and he said, believe it or not, I'm speaking to a cement supplier right now as we speak to make sure that we do have the necessary building materials. Then we also have parents who insist on the schools of choice only. I do not want to accept any other choice that we have been given, so that we offer them. They do not want to accept it. They say, no, I want my school of choice. And clearly you of course know that that's not always possible. And then I've already spoken about the fact that what we have is parents giving incorrect details, which I think is also problematic for us, because if you look at our presentation, you will see there's a small 1,000 odd, 2,000 odd parents who haven't actually given the correct details. We can't actually get hold of those parents. So those learners may present next year and we see a problem. The last problem, just in relation to the risk, is we also have the phenomenon of students arriving in full school uniform, having not filled in any application forms for a particular school, and then demanding to be let into that school. Clearly, that cannot be. We cannot manage a system in that way. We cannot manage it from a point of view of just show up and you must just give me a place. It's not a thing like that. It's finite places. It's physical infrastructure. We actually have to plan for that infrastructure. So in conclusion, it is our belief that as a system, we have done our schoolwork. We've done our homework. The Western Cape Education Department is building 842 additional classrooms across the province for 2023. There's a little figure there that shows it, that gives a summary. But I think it is because what we want to say, Chairperson, is that we match it with a budget allocation, particularly for infrastructure. Our infrastructure plan will help assist us in time-based placement of learners. We believe it's exciting and developing opportunity for the WCED. It has taken us careful planning and months of engagement to make sure that we can get to this point. And clearly, as we go forward, we'll get better at this as we go forward over time. Because this year, in terms of our preparedness, Chairperson, was definitely better than last year and definitely better than the year before. So we will make the commitment that us as the WCED will leave no stone unturned to find a place for every learner. And that essentially, Chairperson, is our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Minister, do you want to make closing remarks now or later?
I'd like to just thank you, Chairperson. Brent Walters has drawn the committee's attention, obviously, to the pressures in admissions 2023, and of course our infrastructure response, which in my opening remarks I said was ambitious. Of course, to illustrate this, the Rapid School Build program, which aims to build 7 new schools in 6 months, is ambitious, considering that on average in previous years it's taken more than 4 years to build schools. Expanding the number of classrooms by 842 classrooms this year is ambitious, particularly if you consider in the previous year we expanded classrooms by about 212 classrooms. So we're aiming to deliver almost at a rate of 4 times greater than we delivered last year. So our infrastructure delivery program is ambitious, but I do want to emphasize with the committee there are significant risks, and of course the head of department has taken us through some of those significant risks which could compromise the rate at which we deliver the 842 classrooms. But nevertheless, my own approach, Chairperson, is to try something. If it fails, to try something else, but above all, to try something. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take questions from the members now, either online or in person. I see Member Fry, I see Member Syed, I see Member Kama. Are there any hands online? I see Member Brinkhuis. Member Brinkhuis, your hand is number 4, so you will then be in the second round of questions, number 1 again. Thank you so much. In that order.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the presentation, Mr. Walters, and the team and the MSc, the Minister. I have 3 questions. Regarding the increase in teacher posts by 1,143 to total 36,417. Do you have a breakdown of how many high school, how many primary school, how many foundation phase, intermediate phase, and I forget the third one. After no. Yeah, FET phase. Yeah. I'd like to have that. And then I am a member of this committee, but I'm also a parent of a grade 8 learner who went through this application process in 2021 to place my child in 2022. And I must say that the numbers look interesting, but the actual lived experience is a bit different. Because my little girl, well, not so little anymore, but my daughter was rejected 3 times from 3 different schools. And when I asked for an answer, a reason for the rejection, and I was never given one. I was given a flat answer: your child has been rejected 3 times. And if it was a sense of that the school is oversubscribed, then I would agree with, I would accept that. But it wasn't because of marks. It wasn't because of poor results. It was just given as a rejection. Now I can give you the details of the schools if you want, but that's not the issue. The frustration for me was the fact that I was just rejected outright. No reason, no comeback, nothing. So I'd like to know if it's, why would there not be reasons? And I understand that, you know, for 117,000 it's going to be a bit difficult to give reasons other than oversubscribed. But there's a bit of a frustration there if you ask for the reason. The second is if you take me through the numbers, and I ask your indulgence on slide 9. It's 2.5. The infrastructure increased budget is that 2.5 billion rand increase or total? Okay, so the increase is 2.5 billion minus 1.75 billion, which if you divide that by the amount of classes, 842, then I come to a total of 946,000 per class. Or am I wrong? Yeah, I just want to check the numbers because I'm just a bit worried that it costs 946,000. I might be wrong, and please tell me that I'm wrong. But I'd like to just know what the average is per class in terms of new builds is, and I'd like to commend the department for the new build strategy. I think it's good. Whether it's adequate or not, well, we'll only see that next time when we meet in 2023 to know whether the new build strategy has worked or not. And I understand the point that there are late applications that you can't really thumb suck, but you can't really know for sure. So it's total conjecture. I understand that. So thank you, Chair.
Member Syed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, let me start by noting the MEC's explanation for the late submission. Now, the MEC speaks about the late submission due to the sign-off process. Ms. Hassan Musa, before we entered, spoke about the embargo. I don't see the two speaking to each other because, let me say, it disempowers members. I mean, I know in a previous life I worked as a parliamentary liaison officer for a minister, and it used to be, we used to get hell from members, even if the presentation was a day before. But yeah, okay, we accept the day before, fine, we get the overnight to look at it, we understand. But this, we're going to pose questions, but not based on having closely studied and analyzed the presentation. So it is unacceptable and it mustn't happen again. I understand that there's the issue of sign-off in terms of figures, but perhaps those could have then been sent as an addendum later on, or a correction. I think it's important that we make sure that we get these presentations on time. We had the situation in the last meeting as well, where we also had, I think the issue, it was about 3 weeks ago on another topic. So I just wanted to, I don't want to be a broken record, but I think it's important that we get these things on time, because the it's important for the sake of transparency and also exercising our level of oversight. Just in terms of the average growth per year of 17,901, just wanted to get a sense from the department as to what plans are in place to mitigate the impact of this. Because surely there should be mechanisms in place to do the forecasting. Are there mechanisms to do the forecasting? Because the province would be in a position to estimate the learner growth over the next few years. It speaks to an issue of planning, something that we are consistently raising. Then also, we were given percentages for grade 1s and for grades 8 of learners that are not yet placed. I just wanted to get a sense as to of the unplaced learners in November 2022 that we still have unplaced for both grades 1 and for grade 8. How many of those applied timeously and how many were late applications? I speak about late applications also with a footnote, because sometimes in terms of what we receive from parents is they've shown no, they've applied well in advance, but they're not in the system. But then I also understand the issue around the cell numbers, and that is something we also do pick up. And then our side, sometimes as members, we write directly to the department, we copy the committee. Also, how many learners were unplaced in terms of, can we get the figures, were unplaced at the end of the first, second and third term of 2022. Just wanted to get that information. Then on slide 3 of the average learner growth per year, shows the department is in a better, we've spoken about that. It speaks to my first question. I just wanted to understand how many of this, or how much of this, is a result of population growth. Because we speak about population growth, that is learners born in the province who have reached the compulsory school going age, and how many are of those who have migrated from other areas to the province to apply in schools in other districts. And perhaps we could get, I don't expect it now because it will require some little bit of homework, a breakdown being given to the committee of per district this scenario. Then in terms of slide number 4, and I've raised the issue before of the pop-up banners and its benefits, and I think it was implemented as well. And I've posed a question, but given its success, why is it not adopted as a full program of the department and extended to various malls and public spaces within districts? And also linked to that, of the learners who applied on the 15th of April 2022, as per the slide 4, how many of those have been placed and how many remain unplaced? Then could the department perhaps provide, and it's again an issue of homework, in writing to the committee, the details of the waiting lists for all districts as of today? We don't need the names on the waiting list, but just details in terms of figures, because we want to know how many learners remain unplaced per district, a breakdown per district, and what is the contingency plans to avoid the crisis of unplaced learners coming to January. I understand that the 15th of December, we will probably be on a recess. So it's going to be difficult to get maybe an engagement then. But maybe we can look at when we return. Yeah, so just that then, and I'm sorry if I'm taking up.
I just want to indicate it's 3:45. And so far you've asked 11 questions, and I still have member Karma and member Brinpace in the queue for questions. And I also know that there are people that are in the guests gallery that would also probably like to ask a question. I would like to encourage you to keep your questions a little bit shorter, because I don't want to get into trouble with member Christians also for a second time.
No, that's fine, Chair. Thank you. We will be short. Yeah, and I won't comment, but let me just say that taking on the question posed by Member Fry, we've also received, when parents write to us, when parents come to us, they also raise that particular concern around inconsistencies. A school not being full, and they just tell, no, you are not accepted. That starts to create, so it then, how do we deal with that issue in the context of school of choice? We say, no, they can't go to the school of choice because it's full, but many times the school of choice is not full. And inconsistencies in terms of application by schools of their own admission criteria. I think maybe if the department could probably also speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Member Kama, may I ask that I keep yourself and Member Brinkhuis for the next round of questions? Because between Member Syed's 12 questions and Member Fry's 3 questions, which was actually 5, the department so far has 17 questions to respond to. So may I keep yourself and Member Brinkhuis in for the second round? Thank you so much. Minister and HOD.
Thank you. I just want to deal with the issue raised by the Honourable Khalid Syed. The chairperson, I envisage, provided the committee would be in agreement, in briefing the committee regularly on the admissions process as we move through it in any one cycle. And certainly the point about submitting presentations on time so that members can be prepared is well taken, and I will certainly, together with the department, ensure that that happens in the future. Thank you.
Okay, so Chairperson, we will, as a team, attempt to answer some of these questions asked will require us to give it in writing, because we may not have the, I mean, you're asking statistical data questions, which we may not have immediately at the fingertips. But whatever question you have asked that we're not answering orally here, I make a commitment that, you know, before the end, you'll get it very soon after you send us the questions. But maybe just to try and deal with it, I'll ask my colleagues to just fill in as we go along. I think firstly, maybe just to say, we can give you a breakdown probably of the posts, but remember those educator posts, it will be in all the phases as indicated in terms of the demand. And so we can give you that breakdown. I don't have it here at my fingertips to be able, but we'll give you that answer in writing. So then maybe just to talk about the admissions process, because you both raised it in relation to, remember, admissions policy and whether a child gets admitted to a school or not is not our decision. It's a decision of the school. Now remember that when you say, Mr. Sayed, that schools have places, the principal also has to make a prediction, right? How many children are going to fail? So therefore, you cannot give up all the places immediately. He or she. They've got to wait till a process called the promotion and progression final results that the young people get. After the 15th of December, when we have the promotion and progression meetings, they decide Brent Walters is going to stay behind, but Ellen Meyer is going to advance to the next standard, needs to perhaps cancel themselves out. If they, for example, in grade 8 would have more failures than they expected and they keep those children behind, that means less places. So as you get to the end of the year, schools start to say, well, I can actually accept learners up to this amount, but there's these learners at risk, and therefore I have to actually just make place in case those children don't actually make it to the next grade, because I can't force those children out of the system. So that potentially could explain why we have the situation where, you know, you have the question that you asked. But let's give you an example of just any school. I'm going to just quote the school now. It's the Mondale High School. 2,500 applications for 200 places. Basically, they're oversubscribed, right? So when you go to that principal, you probably would fill maybe 190 and then keep 10 in case, like what's going to happen with my guys. So now each parent needs to be given a answer, and generally the answer that parents are given is that they're oversubscribed. What I want to say to the committee is that parents have a right to appeal that and to ask what are the actual reasons. In writing, we can appeal to the MEC to be able for us to get to first to the school, and then if we don't get that joy, the MEC can actually just make sure that you actually get given the reason But generally, Chairperson, in general, the reason is oversubscription. The reason is oversubscription. Schools of choice, we have a free choice system. In terms of our policy as a department and where we want to advance things and move things towards, we want to create more schools of choice and grow that bank of schools of choice bigger and bigger and bigger as we go along through quality education. So I'm sorry if you felt that, you know, the situation just rejected you outright, but I think what happens is you just get maybe like a automatic reply. It says, well, your child is not accepted, but there are processes that you can actually engage in to be able to make sure that in the end you can get a reason as to why your child was not accepted. As far as the 946,000, Mr. Abrams can probably just talk to that, but obviously it's not as simplified as that. Because in terms of the budget, there's budget for maintenance, there's budget for land acquisition. It's not just for actually the building. So Mr. Abrams can perhaps maybe answer that. Now, Mr. Syed asked a question about forecasting. Chairperson, we presented the forecast. It's in this meeting. We're thinking from the growth that we'll get the same level of growth year on year. And Mr. Syed, we also use what is called the General Household Survey of Stats South Africa, which just came out in June. That also gives us prediction of potentially how many learners we're going to have. Our problem is not so much the number. Our problem is where these learners will go. You see, a school is a finite thing. I can't just move it. Once Mr. Abrams decides brick and mortar, I'm going to build this school. If nobody comes to that school, you will say correctly as a committee, wasting the state's resources. So we have to predict and forecast where schools are, where we build them, in areas of high demand, in a situation, Mr. Syed, which I think you know full well, there are land issues. We don't have enough land. There are certain areas they are overcrowded, not because of education, they're overcrowded for other reasons. But education is the first government service to feel that and to be able to deal with that. So the forecasting and the estimation is there. I think what has happened this year is, in addition, resources have been placed at the disposal of the department to be able to respond in a better way, and that will get better over time. But again, we cannot predict exactly where children will go. We got a sense from historically where they go, and obviously we try and provide those spaces. But you also got to remember something I haven't mentioned inside this meeting. But when we have a new build process, it's not only about the money, there's the land use planning issues that go about, can we actually get permission to build? There's environmental issues. There's sometimes heritage issues, but not too much, mainly environmental issues that could come, which also mitigate sometimes against, you know, what can actually be done and so on. But having said that, what you see here, Chairperson, is a response, an acknowledgement that we are a growing province. We can expect X amount of learners. We need to respond in a dramatic fashion. And hence we responded on the 842 additional classrooms. That's the most classrooms we ever given into the system, the most teachers we ever given into the system over a long period of time. And so therefore we believe we have responded in that way. I'm not sure if one of my colleagues are able to answer the question about how many grade 1s and grade 8s have applied on time, which is what your question was, Mr. Syed. If none of them can respond, we'll get that answer. You asked the question also about how much of this is population growth. So we have population growth. There's two things that are happening in our population. One is we have population growth of people who are here, but we also do have immigration from other provinces, specifically the province to the east of us. We do have lots of learners who come in from that province into our province on a yearly basis. You asked for a breakdown per district. We can give you the breakdown per district. I do not have that information at my fingertips. I also want to indicate that I agree with you, we agree with you that the pop-up venues, it's a good idea. There is a cost factor, okay? So it's not just something that we can just basically do, but I think the sentiment is well received. The way in which you put that question is to say yes, you support it, because clearly it does give parents a greater opportunity. I'm going to pause there, and then I'm going to ask, I haven't answered all the questions, but I'm going to ask if Mr. Meyer, between Mr. Meyer and Mr. Abrams, if there is there any other information that can potentially add to the answers that we've already given. Mr. Meyer, do you want to go first?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, SG, and thank you, Chairperson. I'm just trying to pull up the stats in terms of those who applied on time and are still unplaced. We'll have it for you shortly. So currently, the learners who applied on time for 2023, we have around 8,889 learners that are still in process to be placed. And those are learners who have applied on time. Learners who have applied from March until this current date, we have 3,782 that are still in process of being placed within the schools. In terms of the details, at the end of the first, second, and third term, we will provide a response in writing to that request. We have detailed the requirement. I'm sure Washima will provide us with the exact wording. Then also in terms of the population growth within a particular district as well as in migration, we will also provide that in writing to the committee. Just safe to say, if you take an area like Eden, for example, we had a massive influx in January of this year of learners to Murray High School. And so suddenly there was a demand for 4 additional classrooms at Murray High School. But the knock-on effect is also within Pakamisani, which is just down the road from Murray. And so the older brother and sister arrived for grade 8 at Murray, but it then had a knock-on effect of additional learners coming into the primary school, not necessarily at an entry grade, but in a middle grade, also requesting a place. But we will provide that detail to you. The point around the pop-ups is taken, as the SG has indicated, very well, and we will be expanding that into rural areas as well next year. So we will have the pop-up centers at roughly around about 120 sites we are planning at, where we will go to malls within local communities to see, to give parents the opportunity to apply online with our staff that we will have at these pop-up centers. Thank you, Member Said, also for visiting some of them at the start of this year. I think that was also well received by the staff and the acknowledgement of what they're doing. We will also provide in writing a list of the district and what is still unplaced as of the 15th of December. We hope to have that available to the committee, and we will provide that report after the 15th of December. There was a question raised around the school is not full, but they turn away learners. I think the HOD has covered that in his explanation. As the school functions, there will be a point where at promotion and progression, which will happen towards the end of November, early December, where decisions are made about a learner progressing to the next grade or remaining within a grade. And then the school needed to budget for a few of those learners not, progressing. And hence there are schools that are not full on paper, but may have 5 or 6 places they've kept behind for that possibility. What we do find is that as soon as it shows that all the learners have progressed and there are available spaces, the schools then immediately take those learners who have applied to that school and accept them fairly quickly after that promotion and progression process has concluded. They place the learners, and next year they are then have a full complement of learners at the school. One must be remembered, Chairperson, that a school who loses more than 40 learners in a year has the risk of losing a teaching post. And so therefore principals are very keen on maintaining their numbers, and hence after the promotion and progression process, we'll normally find a fairly quick response from schools to accept the additional learners at the school. I think, Chairperson, that is what I can answer at this point. I think Mr. Abrams has some other points he wants to touch on. Thanks.
Through the Chair, good afternoon. I'll touch on a few questions related to the planning. Some of the statistical asks we can confirm. If we're not answering that satisfactorily, we can offer that in writing. And then I'll speak to some of the queries around as I interpreted what the additional funding would have been spent on, and bringing some clarity around our planning aspects around that as well. So the The forecasting mechanism, as the SC would have first and foremost would have pointed out, we take in statistical inputs on population from a number of sources, the least of which, of course, is the Stats SA and some of the more in-year mechanisms for that. And the reason we do that is we think about population increases, but we also look at that in the context of the age bands. And so we look now across the entire spectrum, including 0 to 4. We look at 5 to 14 and 14 and above as well. And the reason we do that is because it's widely acknowledged that the population increase or the growth spurt of 2004, when those learners came into the system at grade 1, we're seeing the bubble move through the system, and that's contributing to the service delivery pressure we have at grade 8. So in 2019 already, and then we saw it in its extremity in 2020, 2021, and through COVID, we'll watch those patterns. But the learners, where we've seen extraordinary increases of learner intake at grade R and grade 1 level in the 2011-2012 cycle, those learners are moving through the system. And so that leads me on to offering another context for growth. So growth is the net increase in the number of learners that would seek access to the education system that we have to provision seats for. And so it's quite a dynamic environment in terms of planning. So the net increase, we've seen patterns of 2.5% growth year on year, acknowledged by the DBE, 2.52, that the Western Cape is now the fastest growing province in the country over the last 5 years. And we will look at the impact of COVID, but that's certainly taking the 2017 to 2021 line. And we'd have seen that in comparison to some of the other provinces like Gauteng. So it is a net growth, high growth environment. We then speak about population increases. So we've seen a fairly stable intake now at grade 1. However, the migratory and the settlement patterns of communities and peoples, we've seen still a bigger, an increase at the grade 1 level, but the bigger net increase of learners we have to accommodate at high schools in grade 8 as a start. And then finally, perhaps not finally, but another dynamic we need to consider is the higher levels of retention in the system. We are proud of the fact, of course, that children are attaining a higher level of reaching higher grades 10, 11, and 12. But with that higher retention means that high schools in the province are certainly under pressure for its grade 8 intake. And so we look at the dynamic there. So there are fairly sophisticated forecasting mechanisms. We project in increments of 3, 5, and 10 years. And then we look at, certainly as the SG had outlined, in a school choice environment, it is clear, just on the numbers, that metros east and north, in our context, in the urban context, which has 60% of the 1.1 million learners, are underserved. Underserved in terms of, if we look at the numbers of learners in those schools and the number of schools in those particular districts. And our focus and our emphasis in terms of where we will invest new facilities are primarily in those two districts in the urban context. It also means that we will have to be really careful and accurate in our estimation and projections of learners that would seek access in the rural context. It's still very important for us to continue to invest in new schools and quality education facilities in areas like Grabouw and the Oeverstrand and Vredenburg, etc., Kwanakatula, Eden, as Mr. Meyer points out. And so we make assumptions that the balance of the 60-40 between urban and rural is taken into account. And we do consult with our local government and other department counterparts on forecasts of population projections. So what are we doing with the money? I think to Member Fry's, Honourable Fry's question, so there's the 40% uplift, which we've been privileged to receive in terms of Programme 6 infrastructure budget, deals with two particular contexts. The reality that many of our schools are overcrowded and also are in a state that we are very concerned about in terms of the functionality and the safety. And so a part of that 748, additional 748 million goes into ensuring that we do protect and upgrade the facilities we do have, and we prioritize, whilst prioritizing the expansion of classrooms and schools. And so as a unit of analysis, and I think this will be important because it touches on the question of, so surely, you know, what would the additional funding buy in that sense? We use classrooms as a unit of analysis because it's very hard in the South African context to get to a unit cost of what a classroom costs. We've seen that compared through our baseline work. It costs in the region of 750,000 Rand per classroom, up to 1.2 million Rand per classroom in this province, based on the choice of technology, cement or prefabricated, etc., and obviously the conditions under which that's built. Sometimes, and most times now, it needs civil works. We need to aggregate within that 750,000 rand, preparing land, unserviced land with electricity and water provisions, because there are parts that are in the process of being served to a great extent with bulk services. So education takes that on as well, because we typically go into and lead on extra service provision. And then the baseline of that costs, we're looking at comparing that to other provinces. So we see in other provinces that's around the 1.2, 1.3 million, and there's work at a national level to try and improve and optimize, getting more for the additional funds. But I'm building up to a point that the 842 is not only the additional 842 classrooms through the chair is not only a function of money. We are able to accelerate on the basis of understanding those risks and on the basis of not shortcutting processes that would have taken 4.7 years, as the minister outlines. But it takes into consideration a stronger connectivity and connectedness with communities. So we're not bypassing public participation processes, but we recognize that in areas where we are under pressure to accelerate, we want to be accurate in who and how we engage. So we're accelerating that part, and we've seen great responses in the areas where the rapid builds will go, in Wallisden, Lawandle, etc., and the others. And also stronger collaboration with our governmental partners, particularly the local governments and the municipalities, and in our case, in the urban centre, really strong collaborative work with the city of Cape Town, who are helping to prioritize service provision like water. And so these conditions allow us to move faster with the additional funding, but we are able to make these commitments and increasingly make commitments on rapid build, the notion of rapid build, because the conditions we believe that needs to be in place to accelerate infrastructure build. It's not doing something different that our counterparts in other provinces might be doing. It's working in a system and in a context where there are all those risks and they will prevail. And so we do the best to place the schools in the right places, communicate with the communities about the intent, and then working together to ensure that they come on stream as and when needed. But some of that money deals with the history, like overcrowded classrooms and under-maintained buildings. And so we can present that share and that split of how the additional funding is a portion. And then before I conclude, Chairperson, I think clearly just confirming on the growth aspects, this is a province that has a big rural footprint. In the urban context, we understand that there are challenges. We'll work with our governmental agency partners on to address our municipalities. But as we see pockets of high demand in just outside of the peri-urban context, in the Malmesburys, in the Hermanus, Grapau, these are increasingly also our areas of focus. So there's a tactical short-term plan, but over time, we are working hard to right-set the plan and acknowledge that with 17 to 18, 19,000 children coming in, it's about ensuring that as a start, the capacity is expanded more rapidly, and that's a responsibility we acknowledge. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. Before I open for the second round of questions, so the infrastructure items that you indicated you're going to send us, please send us the new stuff and not everything. Because in the Western Cape overview of Provincial Municipal Infrastructure Investment 2022 as tabled in March, on pages 149 to 152, it was tabled in March, every single project name, the type of infrastructure, what program it is under, the district it is in, the local municipality, the start date of the project, the finish date of the project, the source of the funding, the budget program name, the total project cost, the total expenditure to date from previous years, and the 3 financial years for the MTEF period. So if you're going to copy and paste pages 149 to 152, that's fine. We can just forward the email electronic version that members should have read in March already. Please forward us the new stuff. Otherwise, we're going to end up with lots of documentation that is unnecessary, because this document on infrastructure is 210 pages alone. Okay. Member Kama, you were first in the second round of questions, and then it was Member Brinkhuis, and then I see Member Christian's hand is also online. That will be the second round of questions. It is 8 minutes past 4. So after that round, I'm going to ask whether there's questions from the public, because I don't want a meeting where public is attending and they don't get to ask questions. As members, we have lots of levers in the parliament to ask questions. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and let me welcome the presentation. I wanted to start where you ended, Chair. I'm a bit worried with that approach, because we understand that with infrastructure projects, sometimes dates change based on different reasons. So what we were given in March might have changed in some respect. So I think the department must take that into consideration, unless what the ones sent us are saying is as it was in March.
Member Kama, may I ask, the new date changes, I indicated the new stuff. So in my mind, I included when something has a date change, because if you call something a rapid build program, it means it's going faster than usual. Can we then include those that have a date change in that? Just so that we don't copy and paste books that were printed and given to us in March.
Much. As long as we get that into perspective. Thanks, Chair. One question that I want to start with, I think it now becomes a follow-up on the question that Member Said asked, and it's on slide number 7. I think let me ask in this fashion. With the process of, I know there's an issue of school of choice and other elements, but what I want to understand is there a priority, in terms of admitting learners based on those who applied in time and those who applied late? Because I think that is important, Chair, because people, once they start to get a sense that I applied earlier, but later on I don't have a place, but I know someone who applied late and they have a place, they will start to question the system itself. So I just want to get that understanding. And there's a column here of a withdrawn or incomplete applications. I understand what withdrawn means, but with the incomplete one, who makes, is it the system that makes this determination? And what are these incomplete applications about? Because one thing that I assume is that there might be a problem again come January, they might not follow it up now, but reality is that in January they would want their children to be at school. So I just want to get a sense who makes this determination. The HOD spoke about the incomplete contact numbers at times and all that. What improvements are we doing in the system? Are people only giving one contact number? Are they giving 2 or 3? Because I think, especially with the incomplete application, the system itself must not allow you to complete an application on the system if it's incomplete. Because that's how I understand it with other online systems, is that there are fields that are compulsory. And once you do not submit that, you can't go to the next stage of the application. The other point that I want to understand with the 842 classrooms, how are we doing with that, Minister, in the HOD? Are we going to have these by the next academic year? Are we certain that we are going to have these classrooms? I understand the challenges of social unrest and all those that were mentioned, but I just want to get a sense of how are we doing with these. And one point, Chair, that one wants to make is that in this report I can see, I hope members I don't get in trouble for saying this, but in this report I can see, for as far we have dealt with the issue of admissions, you can see some more effort that is being put in terms of planning. You can see that. And I think you have the data from everything that you are saying you are focusing on. You have the data to do the actual planning, because even the first page that gives you the increases, 2020 and 21, you had a growth of 18,000. 2021 and 2022, you had 16,000. Surely, if we were working around those numbers, it means we're not supposed to have many of the challenges that we're having in terms of admission that led to other learners being placed in the middle of the academic term. You know, so that's the point that one wishes to make, that there is data. I think there must be more effort that is being put. And if it's the issue of, I'm glad, Minister, you know, I think ever since you arrived, we are not getting general reasons for why we're not performing. You know, people in other spaces say COVID. Once you don't reach COVID, once you don't reach a certain target, you just say COVID because it's a generally accepted excuse. Last time we were just getting, there are people who are coming from other provinces. Every time you ask, there are people who are coming from other provinces. So what we want from the department, it must say to us, I think the chair likes asking this question in other sessions, that how much do you need to be certain that this we are going to achieve, so that we know what we are working with. We don't ask you to do things that you can't, that you are not going to do. You know, we make you to promise us that you are going to deliver 1, 2, and 3 when you don't have the resources to actually deliver such. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. I always love it when members ask specific questions. How much, when, what now? Member Brinkhuis, you're up.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, yes, to the department, thank you very much for that presentation. On slide 8, Chair, increase infrastructure budget. I see that the after the HOD has briefed us that the area Darling in the Swartland municipality is yet again not included in the infrastructure budget for 2023, and this has been going on now for the last 30 years. 30 jaar wag ons nou vir 'n hoërskool in Darling in die Swartland municipality. If I could get an indication from the MEC that, you know, by when will we have the Darling area included in the infrastructure budget for them to have a high school. And the last Minister of Education, Minister Scheffer, Debbie Scheffer, she indicated to the committee, to the Education Committee, that she promised that that in the next financial year, the Darling area will be included in the infrastructure budget. Now we have a new Minister of Education. My question to the Minister is that can the Minister indicate by when can we have the Darling area also included in the infrastructure budget for them to have a high school? Thank you very much, Chair.
Member Brinkhuis, I just want to check quickly with you. Are you referring to the Darling High School infrastructure budget, which is on page 151 of the infrastructure budget as tabled in March 2022? Because I have the infrastructure budget open in front of me on page 151, and I see here it says Darling High School. So I just want to make sure that we're referring to the same matter.
Exactly, Chair. Yes, that was brought to the attention of the last MEC, MEC Shepherd, and she indicated to the committee that she promised that in the next financial year that that area, the Darling area, will also be included. So you exactly, yes, you are correct there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, I do see budgets here for the 2022, 2023 and 2024 years, but I'm sure the department will be able to give you more information on that particular project. Thank you so much. Member Christians?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I must say, Chair, that I can see that there is progress when it comes to placing of learners. We always talk about the department not planning properly, but I see there is improvement. And it's also difficult when it comes to the beginning of the year and you have people coming that must still be placed. So thank you for that presentation, Chair. This is a question I want to pose. Chair,
the motto of the WCED is quality education. We know that to every pupil, every classroom in the province. Now I've asked this question before in the House to the Minister. Say I reside in Manenberg, and this is a case. This is a case, and apply to a school in Wynberg. Now I'm told you must apply for the school closest to you, but I want to get my child out of Manenberg. I can afford that the child can attend in Wynberg, but get rejected because I'm not in close proximity of that school. So now I am forced as a parent that my child takes certain subject choices and forgo the desire to become a medical doctor because the school, Phoenix, does not cater for pure maths. So now I'm forced to take certain subjects. I cannot get to the profession that I want to get because of subject choices. So that is why my question, is that really quality education where I cannot go because of my talent, but because of a system that I'm forced to go to a specific school? And I'm asking the minister again, Minister, what do we do with those people that want to give an education to our children? Because you must remember with Manenberg now also, children, they go to school and sometimes there's chaos and there's gang violence. Now I want to, as a parent, send my child to a school where I know that they will not lose out of schooling, knowing all of those type of things. So that is my question. The question is that quality education if I'm forced to go to a school where they do not offer the subject choices of my child and I want to do something? So this system is actually choking our children to stay in those schools where they do not get the opportunity to go to a school like Wynberg or wherever. And then just lastly, Chair, I never mentioned it, but I just want to thank Mr. Alan Meyer. He always says he's on my speed dial. So whenever I need some advice or some guidance, I always contact him. I always say to him, thank you very much, Mr. Meyer. I want the Minister and the HOD to know that you are there early hours in the morning and late at night to answer to my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I'm not going to go into bonus discussions because then I'm going to take my education hat off and put my budget hat on very quickly. Minister and HOD. Member Syed.
Also echo particular, I mean, really, even weekends, Mr. Meyer is on call. Mr. Walter is also responsive, Mr. Abrams as well. But Mr. Meyer, particularly in terms of these issues, the issues around the learners being unplaced, and there's Mr. Meyer and Mr. Titus, very, very much responsive when I as a member am contacting. So just to reiterate.
Thank you much. Such wonderful compliments to be ending a day off with. Minister HOD, over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure my team will fill in where I don't get to all the answers, but maybe just the first question, just in relation to, are young people disadvantaged if they applied late? The only thing that I can say is we don't have a priority system where we say, okay, you applied by the state, if you have preference. Basically, if you miss out on the first round, if you miss out on the first round, when everybody's in, then clearly you're not there right at the beginning. And so therefore, maybe you're not in the competition right at the beginning, which is why people need to apply in time between the dates that we have given, so that then that entire batch and set can go forward as one batch and set to a school, and a school can actually make its choices and decisions. Remember, we have not closed the system. All we're doing is we want to get the discipline like the universities. I wish as the HOD, I could be like the universities and just say, you know what, 31st August is the cutoff. You're late. That's how universities work. Now, it's about getting a discipline. What we've seen over time is there are more people now who actually are applying in time. So I think as public representatives, I would ask for your assistance to just make sure that people do actually apply in time. Over time, we think that, as we just develop that muscle with the pop-ups and all the other things we're doing, all the activations, we will get to that situation. But there isn't a disadvantage for somebody who applied late, except that in that first round, if they come after that first round, that means they would not have been considered and maybe, potentially, I think could have competed there. I think the other thing is that I take your point. I think that's a good point that you have made about the system, and maybe the system doesn't allow you to go to the next step. I don't know enough. There are people here in the room who know more than me about, like, maybe it shouldn't allow you. So, for example, if you enter a 10, you only enter 9-digit cell phone number, it should say, sorry, you can't actually advance. I think we can think about that as a system. I think that's a suggestion to just make sure that we don't have these incomplete contact numbers. I think there was a question about the data for planning. You did have an acknowledgement that clearly we seem to be getting generally better at the planning issues. We can make a prediction, but remember we do have one constraint. I just want to mention what that constraint is. The constraint is settlement patterns. I can't with certainty say that Mr. Kama is coming from Bontivo and he's going to now want a school in Menenberg. Just make up that one. I can't. I don't know what's going on in his mind. It's a question of, we've got freedom of choice, right? Free choice, basically, to choose a school. And then we don't know where people will settle. We have an idea. And as you say, we do look at Stats South Africa. We can see that there are more demand in relation to Stats South Africa. And therefore, we need to provide inside those areas, which is what we're trying. And if you see our response in terms of this rapid build and so on in the areas that we're actually doing it, you can see there are areas of high demand where we're actually putting things in. The truth also is that, unfortunately, to mention COVID, I just want to mention that during COVID, we found a lot of land invasions. People settled in areas that were perhaps zoned for school, and then we couldn't use that anymore because now there are people on the land, so it can't be used. So that's also, I think, basically, I think sets us back. I think that that's all I will say from your presentation, Mr. Meyer, and others can answer. Specifically, Mr. Abraham Sali, if you can just answer about Darling, I would appreciate that. But I want to deal with Mr. Christian's question, if I may. And this is this question about quality education, and he said, well, student can't apply from Menenberg and so on. But remember, our system is based on free choice. You can apply to one of 10 schools anywhere inside the province as the parent to be able to actually decide. So, and if you, I mean, for example, if you mentioned the example of Menenberg, if your results are good enough and you get yourself into that situation, depending on the admission criteria of that school, you could land up in another school. You're not limited to only actually getting to a school inside Menenberg. Our issue is that we give people choice. So we give them freedom of choice. They therefore have the freedom to choose. They got 10 choices inside that system, and they can actually go to wherever they need to inside the system. Our strategy as a department, this is left for another day, Chairperson, but a strategy as a department is to look at how can we create more schools of choice. Because, if you just take school, oversubscribed school, Mondale High School, right? They only have 200 places for grade 8. I can't make that 200, 300 because there's land issues and other things. But perhaps what I can do is look at schools nearby and say, how can I also make this school next door also a school of choice? And that, we're studying that as a department to think what is behind that. We know it's not about infrastructure. We know it's not really about the inputs. It's really about the culture. And how do we actually copy that culture? That's really what we're studying, because there are schools like Mantambozi. There's many schools that you know of inside very poor areas that are doing excellently. And the question is, what is going on there? So we're really looking at that. We know it comes through leadership. We know that the appointment of the principal is very important. We know the SGBs get upset when we don't appoint their first choices, or sometimes their first choices aren't the correct choices. They're not the correct choices to actually lead. So therefore, we know that they put those choices in charge, and you can see with many of these situations, these schools of choice, they come about, yes, the material inputs, but generally it's about the culture It's established there, and it comes from the top. So the principal appointment becomes very important. So I will pause there and ask my colleagues if they could just add, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Chairperson. Member Kama, just in terms of the priority, in terms of applying on the system doesn't operate the same way as the Gauteng one does, where Gauteng, if you applied early on time, you get in. You know, our system, as the HOD has indicated, is still open for the school to evaluate. The reason why learners also get an incomplete application is because part of the application process, parents are asked to take relevant documents to the school, which they have to submit to the school as well. And so a parent applies for 10 schools, but doesn't necessarily get copies of, you know, the documentation that is required, you know, and take it to the schools. And therefore the school marks it as incomplete as well on the system. We've listened to the issue of the two. We're now going to build a system to have 2 contact numbers for parents. It will run a check on the 10 digits. And if it's not 10 digits, it of course will stop you, and you will have to get a 10-digit number in order to proceed. And I've been assured that that is been built on the system. I just also want to touch on the question raised by Member Christians. You know, Manenberg High School, for example, also offers mathematics. It's in Manenberg, it's close to Phoenix, also offers mathematics. But we have a number of schools before you get to Wynberg as well that offers mathematics, whether it's Oaklands High, whether it is Groenvlei. You know, there are a number of schools en route as well that also offers mathematics. And it links to the point that the HOD makes about how do we establish schools with excellence on the route as well, so that we do not only have parents applying to Wynberg, boys or girls, perceiving that quality exists there, but also that quality exists somewhere else. So even if it's at Manzantombo in Umfuleni, that we were able to have that school of choice in that community as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairperson, through you to Member Brinke's question, 2 points of assurance. One is Darling is very much part of our priority list. Not only that, the other point is we are looking to promote the build of a Darling school to the rapid build program. And I spoke earlier about the conditions under which we would qualify a project to be there. We saw an opportunity in collaboration with local stakeholders to repurpose a hostel at the Darling Laerskool, the primary school. But during the month of September, it found asbestos. It's an unoccupied hostel. And in the same way that we acknowledge the Swartland municipality's support and endeavours to make land available and to open the pathway for us to build new schools, we've also been challenged by the local town councils, etc., on fire safety and fire hazards. So we're not taking any chances either. And so the conditions under which we will promote the school for rapid build, the environmentals is a big consideration. And the fact that asbestos was detected at a part of the school that I said again is unoccupied, so it's not immediately presenting harm to the primary school. It didn't present an opportunity for us to accelerate the building of the Darling School. So monies had gone into, work had been done to assess the viability of that building. And we continue to work on remediating that. So that work is already happening. And we are looking for new land opportunities in Darling. And so the Minister knows that we are working hard at presenting a credible pipeline, and I've heard it by the Standing Committee as well. You know, project dates change and so forth. Predictability in performance. So promising what we can deliver by acknowledging all the risks and issues is a big part of the improvement plan. And so, you know, when we detect environmental issues, and we have lots of it in the Western Cape, as we consider, you know, climatic conditions, we won't take any chances. And so accelerating doesn't mean bypassing some due diligence processes. So that's the reason or the explanation why Darling had not made it to the list of 7, certainly rapid builds. But as we move forward and we show what we hope to be perceived as a credible pipeline, Darling will be right up front in terms of ongoing work into 2023. And we will pronounce later on when exactly a high school will be available for occupation. As you know, as we presented for full operation, but the infrastructure work is certainly continuing in that regard. Thank you.
I just want to pick up on a question asked by Member Kama. I mean, the rate of delivery, 164 classrooms already delivered, 674 by January and 168 by March. That is the sequence. But I want to really be
Minister,
very
please
frank.
repeat that quickly. You spoke very fast. Maybe it's your previous hat as Minister of Finance that you want to get quickly through the numbers.
So 164 classrooms are already delivered, 674 classrooms we aim to deliver by January, and a further 168 classrooms by March. That is the anticipated rate of delivery. But remember, you ask for certainty. And what I've tried to be very frank with you is I can offer my complete commitment and the department's complete commitment to this rapid rollout, but I cannot offer certainty in view of the kinds of risks which exist in the system and which we've shared and been very frank with the committee. Very good example is the Manenberg School of Skills, which is not in this program. The Manenberg School of Skills has been stopped dead in its tracks as a result of a High Court application by an unsuccessful bidder. So that is a risk which exists in the system and is beyond my control. So I want to be very frank with the committee. We are being ambitious. We do aim to put down 842 classrooms. It is at a rate 4 times higher, greater than this department has ever delivered in the past. But there are significant risks in the system, and of course we will keep the committee abreast of the rollout and the risks and how those risks materialize or do not materialize and affect the rate of school build in the Western Cape.
Thank you so much. I just want to say, as someone who's a constituency head in the rural areas in the Central Karoo district, and I was previously constituency head for Langsburg. But when I contacted the education department about Langsburg High School becoming a no-fee school, even though it was COVID, the department worked on Langsburg High School becoming a no-fee school, which was wonderful for that constituency because there's only one high school in the whole Langsburg municipality. If you're in Mikey'sfontein in the rural areas, you have to go to Toes River and they get their mathematics, which is also wonderful because NASA is coming to Langsburg. When I contacted the department about internet, the Premier's department and the WCED was there to install the internet, and now the primary school also has 10 smart classrooms. When I complained about certain persons keeping the school back, the department responded, and the department actually helped Langsburg High School become, I think it was last year, as one of the most improved schools in the province, from a school that was one of the worst. So just from a rural perspective, I just want to say thank you, because as some of my councillors in that area would say, sometimes we think that the Western Cape is Cape Town, or we don't know that past the tunnel there are places after that. And I just want to say thank you in that regard. Member, is it urgent? Because I would like to allow the members from the public to still ask.
Chair, I'd like to ask a question, but is it possible that I can ask my question after the members of it? Because I'm also mindful that they are here. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'm going to take hands going this way, left to right. Am I correct? Left to right. One hand, second hand, third hand, and then fourth hand, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. In that order. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nomvuyiso again. I have 3 questions here, but firstly, I would like the minister to elaborate on the plan of building 7 new schools, because I also believe that we have so many schools with temporary structures in Fuleni. So I would like the minister to elaborate on that, and what's the plan around developing those schools in Fuleni and in Khayelitsha, those that are in temporary structures. The second one, you have shown us the infrastructure budget. I would like to know, do we have a safety plan for festive holiday? As we all know that during festive holiday, the schools are vandalized in many of our communities. Lastly, I would like to urge this committee to consider having more mobile offices or help desk designated in our communities or nearby malls during application periods. And then you must also have a toll-free call center for people that are calling for application queries. And I think the 3 languages, Xhosa, English, and Afrikaans must be a priority, because we are dealing with the vulnerable communities, parents that are not IT capacitated. I thank you.
Thank you so much. It was But you were six. Sorry, you were six.
Okay. I think I've got about 6 questions. Yeah. My name is Frederick Jenica. I'm from the area Idefeld in the Cape Flats. I'm standing here or sitting here as a parent and as well as a community activist. I want to congratulate you on your presentation that you've done here, but at most times what you guys are doing here is not what really happens or in the communities. The communities has challenges as well as what you have, and most of these challenges now currently, it's financial. It's got financial implications, and it's got also, like the previous speaker said, people is not technical savvy. So for me, the question would be, the first question would be that in our colored communities, so-called colored communities, I think we've done a survey and started at one of our high schools. 88.8% of the children on that high school comes from other areas. My grandchild in the 21-22 school admission year, he couldn't get place in Idefeld. We had to send him to North Pine Technical High School, and it cost me, our family, 80 rand per day in taxi fare going there. And so we've got other children in my road as well that is still without a school, a high school, as from today. They almost, what the children is saying, they're taking a gap year because there's no school. So it doesn't play out as you guys are saying here. We've got to deal as activists with people coming to you, having to apply online for them. And we already don't have resources ourselves. So my question to you is that, wouldn't it be better maybe to place a dedicated person, mostly at this high school, especially for grade 8 learnership admissions, and get that person to in a certain period of time, deal with parents and help them, assist them in that manner until such time, maybe the following intake, people will be more resourced and savvy about online applications. Yeah. We as a colored community, I think I'm asking what the department is doing with developments worldwide that's going around Aboriginal people. So what are you guys doing or planning in terms of having Aboriginal schools for communities? So please have a look at that issue, because it's a high demand, because in our area, our children find it very hard because of that 88% of children coming from other areas. So it's a cultural issue. So you'll find a lot of dropouts as well. Another question would be, my understanding from our survey that we did, that walk-in admissions is a no-no at our schools. Maybe it's not what you are experiencing here, but if we go to the schools, we are told that. My grandson, we've done everything online for him. He's already got the answer that there's no place for him in any of the other schools or in nearby schools already. So he'll have to go back to, if things persist in it, he'll have to go back to a North Pine High. And then we'll probably have to spend 100 rand next year a day. And also, is the statistics around school dropouts? Because I can make you an example for one. In one court, where a gang prominently rules in Heideveld, that children from that court is refused admission into that school, high school. So they're sitting also at home. And yeah. And also we've got children that went through the school systems that's got learning disabilities. At grade 8, they cannot read. So they just dumped into the schools. What what are you guys going to do about that, assisting these children? Yeah, I think that covers me. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm Teddy Stevens, and my question is, you guys say that you give us choice, right, to apply anywhere, but is the schools and HDBs regulated on what the requirements are? Because I think that is what we're finding as a difficulty for, especially grade 8 criteria, getting them into the school. Yes, we apply to the schools, but then they say we don't meet their criteria. So it's not actually choice at the end of the day. And then the other thing is that maybe it's not the place, but I don't see the mention of special schools. And also a process for them to apply for schooling.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure if there's a special needs education official here today. We have done 2 or 3 presentations on what is now considered the inclusive education unit, including the criteria and stuff. What I'm going to ask, if there is an answer on that, please do answer. Please also give us your contact details as well, because we've done a number of presentations and visited places also in this regard, just in case we don't get to get you all the information. Okay.
I'm Paul Cornelius. I'm part of the Western Cape Aboriginal Governance Group, and our goal, or we're fighting for self-determination. I've got 2 questions, basically, but let me say, like my comrade said, well presented PowerPoint in an overview of your education. But I've got two very good questions that I feel is very important for us, because with all the schools being built, yes, many of our own children are being excluded. Right, so the first question is, what is your perspective on forced assimilation? And the next question I want to put on record is, how many of the children in our schools, in our community, are undocumented foreigners? Because we're sitting with the same problem as in the housing problem. Every time a school is built, it's filled by foreigners. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to be with you now, Miss, but I did say left to right. I'm going into the 3 lines.
Hi, my name is Kirsten Poking. I have an NGO called Bailey Family Foundation, and I live in Burka. So, firstly, he didn't really answer his question, but maybe my question can address that. So, with regards to if you apply early, but then you're rejected, and someone who applied late is accepted, not the other way around. Yeah. So with regards to rejections and reasons, it seems like it's quite a involved process to repeal that rejection. So wouldn't it be much simpler if in the process of rejecting a student's application, there is a input method where the school must give a reason, because retroactively they can say it was because it's full, but at that moment, when they say this person is rejected, then statistically you can see if that school really was full at that point or not, so that there's no room for indiscretion. Then I wanted to see if there is a correlation of the kids who aren't being admitted to schools by, say, April, if there is an increase in gangsterism from the neighborhoods in which they originated in. So, for instance, if X amount of students in Manenberg did not get accepted into high schools all around the Western Cape, if there was an increase in gangsterism in that area. I know that's going to be something you have to send later, so yeah. Then with regards to homeschools, do you guys have any, I'm not sure, again, you've mentioned this earlier because I only got you a while ago, but are you guys is homeschools part of like a way that you can look at addressing some of the how I say the kids who aren't being admitted, or maybe a creative method where you talked about land issues and housing. Something I've been looking at myself is doing a combination of housing and homeschooling, where there's facilities within a housing space where parents can homeschool their kids and it be an official kind of thing. I don't know. Yeah. Then last but not least, with regards to autism and kids on the spectrum, I know that's probably part of the inclusion system you guys mentioned earlier, but in regards to just schools, if there isn't a specific school, having access to it at any school, I imagine that might be something that would need to be budgeted for, but also with regards to the skills, we mentioned that none of this is possible without educators with those skills. So what skills, or rather, what percentage of those educators you mentioned that you increased have those skills or methods or whatever in the future to encourage people to attain those skills? That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I would just like to bring under your attention, according to the articles that are in the following.
I just want you to reintroduce yourself.
Oh,
on the
must I
record.
reintroduce myself?
Yes, it's just so
Isn't it
that,
on the record for the first?
No.
Okay.
When we introduce you in the beginning,
right.
it's so that we have the attendance. When you
Okay.
introduce yourself now, it's just so that when they respond to you, that they can know who they're responding to.
I'm Aborina Lonsi. I am from, like I said, I'm an activist for the authentic Aboriginal people of this land, Naramep, that you call Southern Africa. I just want to stipulate an article in the UNDRIP that Indigenous people have the collective right to live in freedom, peace, and security and distinct peoples, and shall not be subjected to any act of genocide or any other act of violence, including forcibly removing children from the one group to another group. That is called forced assimilation. Then in Article 8, it said that Aboriginal authentic people and individuals have the right not to be subjected to forced assimilation or destruction of their culture. Now, as I can recall myself, as the owner of this land, that are forcefully being assimilated with all other cultures while we are being excluded out of our own. We are not even supported into speaking our Nama language. We are not forced to have our own people into this in the area or territories where we are living, because most of the time we need to deal with other cultures, and that is causing conflict with the people that is currently administering our assets and our resources. Even if a specific parent is applying for a specific school in the radius of that specific area where the child resides, they are being refused. Then somebody earlier mentioned about that that I think it's Mr. Walters that said that education is in the hands of the parents. Now I'm teaching my child the truth according to the authenticness of the heritage, or where they come from, where we come from, our heritage, our land, our identity, our culture, our history, and we've been forced a false history in schools. Even our moral standards are being watered off as if we are immoral people, while we're not. And then at the end of the day, I told her that you will not be jabbed to something that is not being isolated, because I have no time to kill my child and give my consent to my child to be killed for being injected with a poisonous biochemical weapon, and it's called a vaccination, because that's a false information that the teachers are actually forcing your child to take as a death protocol to depopulate our generation, and I will not stand for that. So I will let this minister know that if you educate our people according to truth, according to the true history, according to that is really matters, into basic history, by being arts and culture as well, because our children don't even know A from Z. You get a matriculant that don't even know their name, that can't even spell their name, but yet they have a percentage rate of 30%. How ridiculous it is to tell that to children that they're at school. I call it a jail, an enslavement jail. Come to learn and learn to serve. Who must you serve? Because none of our kids are actually matters when it comes to a percentage of entry into any institution that is on a territorial level, because we don't fit in anyway. And I'm fed up of all this political language that we must hear in every department, when it never ever include our people in any level where we come, because we are excluded nation. We are a demoralized nation. We are a labeled nation where we need to lie to our kids according to their come from, according to their history, according to information that has never been conclusively telling the truth about them. That's why we get this dropouts. That's why we get this gangsterism, because the Department of the so-called criminology, Becky Chele, if I must talk on national TV as a crime minister, telling people on national media propaganda tool that the criminals is breaking in the night during the day, God forbid, what will he taught the criminals according to criminology? So the thing is, I need this department to take it very serious, that we on the grassroots level, we see our kids every day being slaughtered by gangsters and by teachers forcing them to get a biochemical weapon on a false information. Because I don't have time for this corrupt virus that have taken 500 billion on the account of our stock rate. Because I'm not a stock to this government. I am the owner of this land. I'm not even a descendant of this land, or a descendant as they call us. Because for too long we've been silent, and we've been sitting into these presentations where it's only a ticking box of what you guys are saying. But when it comes to the implementation of what is really necessary for us to get back our value as sovereign beings, we the so-called colored people, the straatlopertjies, the Hottentots, the Bushmans, they call us most Hotnots that time. Thank God they call us a real name. We are fed up of these lies. We are fed up of being fed false information. And every time we enter these rooms, we must pretend that we are not a nation that are busy healing of how many years of being excluded out of their own soil. So I'm stating this because I took my child out of school because every single day I fear for this biochemical weapon that will change my child into a transhuman, half robot, half human. Who's God that they can dictate to us what the sovereign God is meant for us to be? Sovereign beings, loving people, a people that take care of one another, not where a triangle is dictating what your worth is according to a level of education, a level of what status you must have, a level of what epilepa you must have as leaders. So I'm speaking on behalf of my people that have sent me a mandate because there's kids that I need to take care of, and I'm teaching them. If you see any vaccine ban, if you see any teacher that force you into taking this biochemical weapon, come and fetch us. And I thank you.
So much. I know a number of questions have been posed that are not within the mandate of the Education Department, the committee, or or the provincial sphere, but I'm going to ask that the provincial department assist wherever possible or to get you the respective answers. And just to put on record, no person can force anyone else to take the COVID vaccine.
Oh, they do.
If someone is forcing someone else, please do report them. Even if we are not the health committee, you're welcome to give us the information today so that we can refer it either to the health committee chairperson or to the Minister of Health. Every single person has the right of choice, the freedom of choice, and every person should be able to make that respective choice. I know that there were other hands in the back, and I just want to conclude so that when we do the questions, especially Ms. Mbombo, just so when we do the questions, just in case there are overlapping matters that they can be answered at the same time. Ms. Mbombo, thank you. Apologies, I thought perhaps you took your hand down because the question was asked, but I apologize for that. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Desiree Chanika. I'm from the Heidelveld area. I'm a community worker, a mother, grandmother, and a concerned citizen, and also Aboriginal to South Africa. I just wanted to the gentleman over there. He said that he applied for his son for schools, and he was rejected. I applied at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 schools in our area for my grandson for grade 8. So what happened is that he was at Brackenfell Primary School. Then there was a situation there where he was so he had to come stay with me in Heidelveld, and then I went to go look for a school. Now, out of 10 schools in my area, I couldn't find a school for my grandson. Out of 10 schools in my area, so I can relate to you, sir. I can relate to you. That irrespective of his situation in Brackenfell, because what happened in Brackenfell was that when I applied, he was registered at Brackenfell High. He was registered there. But because he was not staying in the area anymore, they told him that because he do not have a proof of address, he couldn't attend the school. You see, so I was forced to take him out and bring him, and he had to now come to Heidelveld. Then the secretary of Brackenfell High called me to say this place at like my husband was saying here now, North Pine High technical school, which was not his line of education which he wanted to go into, but I was forced to because school already started and he was not in the school yet. Another thing is that in our area in Heidelveld, there's 6 primary schools and 2 high schools. Now, one would wonder, where is that 4 primary school children going to high school? You see, so which answers the question of the young lady that was sitting here previously, of that is the reason why there is so much dropouts. There's gangsterism. There is children that just give up because now the child has to go out of the area to a school where the mother or the father or the grandmother most of the time cannot afford to send this child. And then the child would normally turn around and say, Granny, it's okay, I will go work. Because I can see Granny don't have money, like in my case, we have to fork out monies that we don't have to send our grandson to school in North Pine. And I want to say thank you for the assistance, for the teacher assistance that they do have in schools, because of our overcrowded classrooms, that there is, I mean, really overcrowded classrooms. At some point, I also heard people, there was suggestions made that there's going to be social assistance in our schools, which is something that is very much needed. There was talk about it. I do not know if it's something that we did altogether. I do know there is some assistance in some schools, social assistance in some schools, but I can tell you, at the rate of the overcrowdedness in our schools, at the rate of the culture challenges in our schools, the social assistance is needed at a very big scale, at a very high and a very bigger scale, the social assistance. Schools of our choice, I'm asking that, as was previously mentioned, if we could get, like for example, in our area, the 6 and the 2 ratio that there is, if we could get a school of skills in our area, or maybe something, a school of the school that North Pine High is. It's a technical school. If you could make the ratio a bit more accessible to learners who would like to go in different streams in their own areas, rather than having to go out of the area which we all want our children to go to, but we cannot afford to send them there, which I think it should not even be an option. If you have money, you can go. If you don't have money, your child cannot go. You know, if the education department can look at that. And sorry, I tend to get overexcited about these things. I'm really so sorry. Yes, thank you, my dear. Thank you. Yes, so the land issue. The land issue really, it shouldn't be a problem for an education department to get land to erect education institutes in any area for that matter. It should be government's first priority to make land available for education departments to be erected for our children to progress and to access whatever it is that they want. So there's certainly a huge communication problem there, or inside politics thingy there, that land is not available because there is land available. There is land. The fact that it's not available is really ridiculous. It is in putting our children's future in a pipeline like this over things like that. It's ridiculous. Yes, the Western Cape being the fastest growing, and to be understood that it will be underserved, and that the safety issue is a problem in the schools that is overcrowded. Yes, so thank you, and thank you for Mr. Allen Meyer and Mr. Titus for being there for whenever your help is needed, because it's very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Maybe just also add a rider to my wife to compliment you, Madam Chairman. Food was great. We were hungry before of that 80 rands that we spent.
Thank you so much. I must admit, I always ask the procedure officer to have some healthy items in there because I am not planning on becoming a fat cat politician. There's just the next person in the queue, sorry.
Thank you, Chairperson. All protocols observed. I'm a member of the public and the parent from Eastern Rivier. My first question will be, my name is Bolegi Wendamane, sorry. There have been emphasis say that the policy of most schools is saying they got a responsibility to accept students or kids. Then education or the Department of Education, its duty is to administration those kids. But the education is a fundamental right. How can it be given to the SGB who got a lifespan of 5 years? Because one of the rules of the SGB, you only talk about the issues while your child is still in that school. But you are determining for the child which is coming new. For instance, the policies of most schools which I checked, it's saying that taking the children around the vicinity in a walking distance. They don't look the issue of growing of that population. For instance, in Eastern Rivier, the apex only took the children which were 500 kilometers radius. It was full, the grade 8. And all those children, they came from the new development because it was a new social development. So out of the schools, which are 5 in Eastern Rivier high schools, there is a lot of new developments which taken off those people. Now the education is using that. That policy is saying you cannot take the children far. Now all the children which been older resident there, they have got no place to go. And the primaries around Eastern Rivier are 15 and the high school are 5. And another issue which has been raised here, when parents force the issue of the school of choice. He's looking for the budget of his own and the logistics. When they were placing my child, or again, I will say thank you, Minister, thank you, Khalid, because I was communicating with you till they placed my child. The people who are placing my child, they didn't even consult me. They put that child off the route. And when I checked, there is not even a transport that I can get to go there. But I accepted it because I need my child to start. So there is a big difference between the schools. Also, they are not consistent in their own policies. And in Apex, if I mention one parent, his child, they say they accept their siblings. But one parent, his child was not accepted, but he had his child before. When they ask him, they say, no, it's not a force. So this policy, which has been administered by the SGB and the principal, is not consistent. Thank you.
So much. Zimbabwe is a regular here, but as always appreciated.
Must I start? Thank you very much. My name is Nolufefe Mbombo. I'm coming from the area of Wetsand in Atlantis. I'm representing Wetsand Crisis Committee. Yes. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the Department of Western Cape in conjunction with Honorable Khalid for implementing the school in the area of Wetsand, as that community was struggling for many years. Thank you very much to all of you. And secondly, the only thing that I would like to add on that, what is the question that I want to ask is about everybody in the Western Cape, or not only Western Cape, but all over South Africa. What is the provision for the learners, as we know that we are there's not a lot of high schools in our areas. What is the provision of those learners who were not accommodated in connection that maybe my child was 18 years last year, or 16 years or 14, but he or she was not accommodated last year, and now the age restriction. What is going to happen to that child? The other one, what is the provision of the slow learners that maybe they were identified in June, and then even the parents have also find out, no man, this child can talk at home, but when you check the books, no, this one is not doing well. Even the report is not well, and only to find out now is in December time, the child is going to be taken to another class, but he or she can't do nothing. Why can't those child can't be monitored from the beginning when he or she is starting from grade 1, and we find out this child can be referred maybe to the school of skills from the beginning? Let me come to the issue of the school in Witsand. I remember that the school is on the land that is it's not a permanent land. Where is it situated? And now, according to the report that we received when we requested for the school, the budget for the school is 2025-2027. But now we didn't even know. We don't even know if now there is a provision for the land, so that when 2025 comes, there is the land they are going to start already for the school. What are they going to do? Because I know there is a lot of land in Atlantis, and there is no way that the department can say there is no land, whereas the land is under the city of Cape Town, and city of Cape Town is under Cape Town. What is the provision for the 2025-2027? Because the slabs or the temporal structure is going to get rotten like how it did in Avondale School until we came and we slept in this legislature. After that, they built the school, which was opening this year in Avondale School. The other one, what is the budget for the schools in Atlantis, especially in Robinville School. When I went there and do walkabouts in that school, there is no fence at the back. And now everything is getting vandalized. The roof, the what you call it? The ceiling is falling apart. Is there any budget to do renovating for all those schools? Because safety is very important. It may happen that one day maybe a ceiling can fall on top of a lender, and who's going to be responsible for that? I have last time when I was here, I requested that how come that we are having 4 primary schools in the area, and then Mam Ripela, Darling, they are also attending those schools in the area of Atlantis. We only got 4 out of, in Atlantis only is 11, 12 with Vincent. But what is the provision of maybe monitoring one of these of primary school and make sure that we convert into high schools? Because we can't afford to pay extra money to transport our children to Malmesbury. For example, my child, I stay in Witsen. I've been there for 21 years in Witsen, but my child didn't even get. Now I must pay 800 rand. Remember, I'm not working now. Who's gonna give me that 800 rand to transport my child from Witsen and to Malmesbury? The other thing that I would like to ask, what is the safety plan in all the high schools? Safety plan, because there is gangsterism, and now there is no securities in some of the schools. Some of the children, they are getting stabbed when they fight. Remember, our cultures are not the same. And if I'm proposing that, at least there must be securities who can search all the children in school when they enter in school, because they are there to enter to learn. I know about that. That means as we are having in what do you call it? Neighborhood watch in our area, they are assisting the children to cross the road to the school for safety, because some of the location is on island length. They have to pass the road. What is the provision for those mothers wake up at 6 o'clock and assist those children? I know it's not. It's also their responsibility. Can't the department help them maybe with the smaller nyana money for chips, or maybe for milli? I'm just requesting. And I'm covered with the item when she said it's going to be December now, then at least the safety in schools, so that the people mustn't vandalize all these premises. I know it belongs to us. We have to take the responsibility, but at least half a loaf is better than nobody. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Were those all the questions? Because I would like the department to deal with everything together, because it is 5:15. Thank you.
I just wanted to ask if there can be a system where when you go to the school and the school do not have a placement for you, if they will allow you to leave your details, so that should they, at the beginning of the year, everything is a bit rough at the schools, the intakes and everything. But after that, they can maybe call you and get back to you to tell you, yes, we do now have an intake. If they can have provision be made for that, please, for parents.
So like a waiting list.
Like a waiting list or
So
something.
it's like at university, the deadline's closed, but you're still on a list for the next part, just in case.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alima from Autism Matters. My question was, in the presentation, it said LSN. How many of the schools or classrooms that you're building is for LSN? And the teachers that are being increased, is it special ed teachers or is it just mainstream teachers?
Thank you so much, colleagues. With that, I am going to close now this round of questions. I don't think did I miss you? Sorry, at the back. Okay, I'm going to close this round, and I'm going to take the discretion to not take member prize question right now and ask him to submit it in writing, because members, we have many more parliamentary levers than the average person from the public to ask our respective questions. Where I know a lot of questions were asked that are not in the particular department's mandate. Where the department is not able to assist, we will also assist with directing it to the respective ministry and or committee in this regard. But as far as possible, if you could help us with as many as possible, we would really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Right. All the questions, we'll try and answer the questions as best we can. Maybe just to say on the questions that came about people who introduced themselves from the autism spectrum disorder section, that we have 18 schools catering for learners with autism spectrum disorder across 8 districts. And the department is planning to start a program for autism spectrum disorder at 2 more schools as soon as the accommodation is finished for those schools. So I think that's very important to say for the people who ask questions in relation to that. I think maybe just to say, there are lots of questions that Ms. Mabombo asked about budgets for schools and land and so on. May I just say something just essentially, I want to make a general comment, Chairperson. General comment is the system is massive. It's massive. It's predicated on a schooling system of more than 300 years, which basically started with primary school based in churches. And now it has grown. So essentially what you got in our system is, especially in the Western Cape, you've got lots of primary schools in the beginning. And then later on, as students advanced, they then started to push into high schools. But there's certainly a disproportion. Mr. Abrams can give me the exact figure, but I think it's 3.75 to 1. For every 1 high school, we have 3.75 primary schools. And it's over hundreds of years, Chairperson, that we got to this point. Now our retention rates are better. Our throughput rates are better. In other words, children who start in grade 1, there's a greater opportunity and chance for them to actually finish in grade 12. And what that means is we have to keep up with that with the board program to be able to try and sort that out. But obviously, Chairperson, we can't keep up immediately. Because if we were just to build high schools, the same people in this meeting will be here crying with me about why aren't you building primary schools. So we have to find the balance. And if you look at our presentation today, it's got the balance between high and primary, trying to get to issue of high and primary. There are other options. There are TVET colleges, which students can also be sent to. So I know we've mentioned schools of skills here. They are very expensive options, schools of skills, but they are an option. But our ability to roll that out on a mass basis is not there because, for example, a school of skills requires workshops. As soon as you start to do workshops and other as soon as you specialize, Chairperson, that ramps up your costs by factors that Mr. Abrams, who's an engineer, will be able to say better than me what that is. But it becomes, I think, very, very difficult to be able to do that. Our responsibility as the education department is to provide basic human right access for 7 to 15-year-olds under the Constitution. In other words, when they present themselves, we provide that access, and then to progressively realize anybody else who comes into the system. So in other words, what that means is as our ability expands, as our budgets expand, we try and get to where we are with that. The truth is that the system is growing, system is large, and the system is unforgiving. We have lots of people inside the system, and we just try and do as well as best as we can. And the questions that came about the land, I need to just point out to the committee that land is a precious commodity in our system. I'm talking about South African system. And that land is zoned for different use purposes. We cannot just put up a school anywhere. We are not allowed to do that. There's specific zoning of land for schools. There'll be zoning of land for housing. There'll be zoning of land for business. There'll be zoning of land for roads and so on and so forth, hospitals and so forth. The point that I had made about land is that during COVID, some of the spaces that were actually zoned for schooling have now been occupied by housing. I'm talking about informal settlements, people settle there. And so therefore, because we have a human rights constitution, the base cannot just force people off that land, Chairperson. So the point about it is it's about getting that balance right in terms of just making sure that we, look, because Mrs. Jenica, for example, said it shouldn't be a problem to get land. I can see land all over, which I think is a reasonable submission to make this to this committee, which is what you see. What I'm trying to explain, ma'am, is that even though you see land, that land has been set aside for a specific purpose. Overall, there's an overall plan. It's called spatial planning. It's an overall plan, and therefore we have to work with the spaces that we have been given. I am not in agreement that we go to a system to schools for placement and then we leave your details. That's not going to work. What we need to do is we need to have a referral system from that school where you actually get captured on some database, and that I suppose Lance and others can actually strengthen how that does happen, because at the end, right, we have a centralized system where everybody applies, and therefore we need to keep with that because it allows us to give you statistics on who applied, who didn't apply, how many, and so on. If you go to a school and then that school didn't treat you well, but Minister David Mayne went to another school and that school did treat him, it just becomes, it's not manageable for us as a system. From a system point of view, we've said you can go to any district office. Mr. Mayor, correct me now if I'm incorrect. You can go to any district office where you should be assisted, and a school should also be able to capture for you if they can and help you with it if they can. If it's particularly difficulties that you have raised about your own situation, I invite you to maybe just speak to us at the end. I want to distinguish between some questions that have also been, I think, asked. There are only two entry points into our system. It's an entry point in grade 1 and an entry point at grade 8. That's what we reported on here today. That's the placement issue. Okay, you get into our system in grade 1 and you get into our system at grade 8. And there we have an absolute obligation to try and see that we can offer you a place. And so we go out of our way to make sure we offer you a place. Once you have a place in our system, man, we cannot guarantee for whatever reason now you maybe your family circumstances change. You mentioned Brackenfell, but I may be wrong now, right? But say I moved from Lansdowne and now I'm living in Retreat from Lansdowne. I cannot expect that the education system will then just move towards my personal situation, because as I pointed out to one City of Cape Town councillor who telephoned me about a similar situation in the Strand area, I said, if every person, once the inner school decides they actually want to move, we will have chaos in our system. We cannot control that. So what happens is we distinguish between placement, grade 1 and grade 8, and then we talk about transfers between other grades. The transfers between other grades are at the discretion of the receiving school, whether there is place, whether they can actually take the child. It is not guaranteed. Okay, because basically we're unable to actually do that. If I should say from a systemic point of view, we can just move wherever we want to, we won't have a system. Because every person will just say, well, I actually want to move. It will just be a little bit of chaos. So what we do there is we got Mr. Meyer and his team. They also give preference to what they call essential transfers. That would be where a parent, for example, move workspace. Mr. Meyer can say, how far that is. Basically, it's like person lives in Oudtshoorn and the parent gets a job in Cape Town. Now, clearly, that's an issue. That's the issue. We will look at it because now we try and make sure we can make a place for that child. But I just want to, I think, make that point. The issues about safety, I think that many of the speakers have raised here this afternoon, this evening, Chairperson. I mean, obviously, a safety issue is an issue in schools. We have Safe Schools program. Mr. Mayor is got the division that deals with that. Reporting lines where people can report unsafe matters. But I do want to make the point, Chairperson, that I have made to this committee before. The schools reflect the pathologies of the society that we have. It cannot be that we expect. I think it's unfair to expect that the schools can actually solve some of these issues. Some of these issues are so overwhelming. What we're trying to do is provide children with the scaffolding to climb out of any situation they are in and to give them the skill set to be able to do that. That is our obligation. And as the education department, we are committed to do that. But I, for example, deal with expulsion matters, Chair. And some of the matters being raised here because I'm the only person who can expel anybody inside our system. But we have issues inside the schools. Drugs, knives, gangs, all those things that we see outside happens inside. But fencing for schools, there's a fencing program that we can have fencing for schools. There's safe schools. Mr. Mayor can maybe just talk a little bit about those safe schools. As far as the issues about questions of identity that have been raised inside this meeting, Chairperson, I think that those questions are probably not directed to the education department. That those questions need to go to the DCAS and other departments that deal with issues. For example, there was a question about the Nama language. I think the Heritage Council deals with it. The Cultural Commission could potentially, I think, just deal with this, with the questions that have been raised. However, I do want to say this. If any child in our system, because that same speaker spoke about my child is being forced to be vaccinated. Any child in the system has been forced, please report that to us. We will take the necessary action. If you have a name and you have a situation, we will take the action. Because we have been very, very clear inside our system. Very clear. This is freedom of choice. You decide whether you want it or whether you don't want it. That applied to our teachers, it applied to our staff, it applied to our students. And in fact, we also had the situation where we said in a school, you have to have parental consent, which is normal. If you want to have anything to happen to your child inside the school, there must be parental consent. So anybody who has been forced, if I can get the name of that person, the name of the school, I promise you will take action as a department, because clearly we are, I think very much opposed to that. At the end of the day, I agree we cannot take those decisions. They are parental decisions. And then, Chairperson, just in terms of the referral of some of these issues, I think they should be referred to various other committees that are outside of education. As far as homeschooling is concerned, there were questions on homeschooling. I mean, we do encourage homeschooling as a department. There is an opportunity. It's not an easy thing, and it needs a particular kind of skill set and dedication. So we have a division, ma'am. If you want to discuss homeschooling, there are people in the department who really deal with homeschooling, and we can obviously link you up to talk about homeschooling and just make sure that that in the end that can actually be taken up. More and more, what we are seeing is that people are taking up the concept of homeschooling. So I accept, most of the schools, just in terms of the reasons that they give for why they reject the applications, most of it is about they being oversubscribed. That's actually the reason. That's the reason they give. The oversubscription, they don't have enough place, and that's probably what they will say in relation to. But I want you to think about the numbers that I've put down. Just imagine these numbers, please, if I can ask and indulge me. I spoke about Mondale High School. And I said Mondale High School receives whatever, say 2,000. I think it's higher, Mr. Mayor. 2,000 applications, right? But we only have 200 places. That means for every 10 applications, there's only one place. What that allows Mondale to do is exercise choice. And that we can go on and, develop all over. So I just wanted people to say that. Okay. Then special schools and special needs schools. We do have special schools and special needs schools. We also have schools of skills inside our system, and I have mentioned that before. So those are available for students. There was questions about the planning. The first question was about planning of building 7 new schools. What is the safety plan for the festive period? Mr. Mayor, maybe you can just mention essentially what we're doing in relation to the safety situation. The other questions are they were more to do with, I think, identity stuff, which you know, Chairperson, that needs to be referred to things. But I do want to say that we, as a department, base ourselves on the rule of law and the Constitution of South Africa as a department. And the Constitution of South Africa guarantees access for any child between the ages of 7 and 15, that if they present at the school, they have a right to basic education. There's a famous case called the Pakamisa case, which basically was in Limpopo. I made the province wrong, but that case guarantees any child, no matter what their background, nationality, or whatever, even if they're not South African, that we have to provide a place for those children. It's called the Pakamisa judgment, and in fact, DG has written, National DG has written to us to say that, and then obviously we exercise that, and obviously we give every child, you know, a place as we can. I think there was a question about the dropouts. Mr. Abrams can maybe just answer that, but our percentage is not high. Mr. Abrams, I think it was 1.9%, the last talk. 2.3%. 2.3%. We have a dropout rate of 2.3% inside our province, and we need to obviously look at it. But I think overall, Chairperson, other members can answer where I have now left out some of the answers. Overall, we have a growing system, and that system is just going to grow all the time. Our demographers tell us that we at least will have this rate of growth till 2030, and it's 2022 now, and then we will have a leveling off. Doesn't mean a declining, but a leveling off of that growth. In other words, it will stabilize. So every year it seems to be going up, but at some point it will stabilize. And so we are planning in relation to that. So we are planning as if we're going to have this level of growth to be able to get there. And I think on the Western Cape government side, there's been a response to that where we see injection into the education department to make sure that we can actually deliver the spaces. And that's really what this presentation was about today. This presentation today was about here's a need. This is how we're addressing the need. Here's the 842 classrooms in response to an attempt for every learner to actually get a place inside a school. So I think that's all I can say at this point. I will ask my team to fill in. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Abrams, if there's anything I left out, if you can fill in. Mr. Mayor, can I hand over to you, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just in terms of the festive period, there is a program in place. We have a school holiday program for learners as well. But also we provide governing bodies within a cluster with a budget to provide for additional security at schools during the festive period. Schools in every community is aware of it, and so therefore schools have to apply to the cluster that they form part of in the Safe Schools cluster to get additional funds to procure additional services of security within their communities. SG, yes, parents who visit a school to say that they're there for the placement of a child, that information must be captured on the system. Please share that with all your members. The school must capture that the parent was at the school, who they spoke to, what was the outcome of that discussion that they had. So that if the parent comes back at any point in time, that we actually have exactly who the person spoke to, what was promised to the parent, and we can then see how best we can resolve that. So the system has the capability for staff to do that, and so that has been activated on the system already. In terms of the help desk, our call center is toll-free, so you're able to you Safe Schools as well. So if you want to report any vandalism at the school, you're welcome to call our toll-free numbers for that. Also, the admission system is data-free. So it's zero rated. So you, as soon as you go on to SAMI's system, you do not pay for the time that you spend on the system while you are busy with your application for a child as well. The malls, I've indicated we will be expanding that next year. We will be going to more malls. We will also be going into rural districts as well, where we will come and assist parents to capture the learners' applications. Correct, Mr. Jenica? Many of us are not as tech savvy as some of the youngsters nowadays, but we do create facilities even at schools within our communities to come in and actually help. We have the teaching assistants at the school that we use at the start of this year, for example, to help parents to capture application for that school. But parents must understand that if I go to Rylands High to capture the application there, it doesn't mean that because I'm capturing it at Rylands High, my child then has a space at that school. I'm merely capturing a space or request for a placement for my child, and I'm utilizing the capability. And I know Rylands High offers the service every year where even their grade 12 learners come in on a Saturday to help community members to capture applications at the school. And we will extend that to other schools as well. In terms of the walk-in admissions, yes, as I've said, schools must capture the walk-ins. They must give the parent a number or a paper to say that they've been at the school. We've provided for that on the system as well. So you can actually ask the person, has it been captured on the system, right? And there will be an SMS that comes to you to say, you have been to the school today. Here's the SMS as proof. The system generates that for you automatically. The great work that Mr. Abrams does in that area. In terms of special schools, as the HODs indicated, we have schools for learners with autism spectrum who are on the autism spectrum. We also provide schools that we call a full service school as well. We currently have 64 full service schools, one in each circuit within the province. The idea with a full service school is that we have a therapist attached to that school, a social worker, etc. That team then works outside within a circuit as well to provide additional support. Also, we have a social worker and a psychologist for every circuit within the province. So in a circuit, you have about 20 schools. We have a psychologist and a social worker that only deals with that 20 schools. Besides, with a full service school, we have additional resources that we're then able to assist with school of special needs schools. The intention is to increase the number of full service schools within our circuits, and that is a process that we are starting off in next year as well. Also remember the application process for a special school is different. A learner presents at a school with a particular learning need, and then is assessed in terms of our CIAS process. Our CIAS process is a pathway which provides access for a learner in a public ordinary school into a special school. There are psychologists tests, there's social workers, there's therapists that will assess the child in terms of readiness or suitability to be placed within a special school as well. And so those processes are in place. And I must say that process is quite a lengthy process, understandably, because there are a number of stages that the child and the parents would have to go through in terms of that. In terms of homeschooling, there are very particular prescripts, ma'am, that a parent has to comply with in order to be considered for homeschooling. Homeschooling doesn't mean we take 10 children, we put them into one house in what we call the cottage school. That, for example, is not allowed within the regulation as yet. But what the requirement is that there's a parent who will teach the child in their own home, right? And that is the very clear definition around homeschooling as we currently have that. There's a form that is completed off our website, and you're most welcome to go onto our website to find that particular form for homeschooling. It's also on the DBE website where we then get a download from that. In terms of the issues around heritage lands and that, I'm not going to enter there. I'd like Mrs. Jenica just to speak to Lance Abrams immediately after this meeting regarding the movement of your son. As the HODs indicated, transfers are determined as being essential and non-essential. The HOD has already given an outline of how we make those kind of decisions. But as we also said, schools do keep certain spaces still. So I'm sure Mr. Meck at Heideveld has a certain basket that he's keeping available in case he has failures in a grade. So that would be possible, and we can explore those possibilities with you and be prepared to look at that. And then also just in terms of the social workers, I've indicated the number that we do have, and so you're welcome to utilize that. In terms of the land, the HODs answer that question to Mr. Buleliwe. My apologies if I pronounce it incorrectly. SGBs are only there for 3 years, and I agree with you. We need to have them for longer terms, but unfortunately, that's the legislation at the moment. But I think, again, I want to encourage you, in 2024, we will have elections again for governing bodies, that you'd make yourself available to be part of school governing bodies as well. Then just in terms of schools being inconsistent with their policies, I think you have brought out that example of where your issue was resolved because you followed it up with a kind of vigor, to ensure that your child has a direct answer. We encourage all our parents to do that, to find the answer. Ask the governing body, ask the minister's office, to get to the exact reason why your child has not been accepted at the school. Ms. Mbomba, you raised quite a number of issues. I'm very disappointed that you've not mentioned Mr. Matesa at any point in your summation. Okay, you said thank you for the school. You didn't say thank you for Mr. Matesa because he's become quite an asset within the organization with the quality of service that he's offering to the community of Witsan. And I want you to embrace him as a community because he's made a decision. So I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you, Mr. Mbobo. And then in terms of the learner transport from Malmesbury from Witsan to Malmesbury, there are learners that attend school at Ilingaletu. Yes, but there is a learner transport routes as well. If you could just speak to me afterwards, I just want to establish exactly what grade your child is, etc., so that I can check whether he's on a learner transport route potentially that we can then have a look at assisting you in terms of that. Yes, we welcome neighborhood watches. We work very closely with neighborhood watches, but we must understand also that our responsibility is education, and that the other departments, like the Department of Community Safety, must be involved as well in those conversations of how we can empower neighborhood watches to support our schools, particularly during festive periods and school holidays, etc. And I'd like to encourage you to do that with the community and with those particular departments as well. I think I've covered the areas related to my area, and perhaps other colleagues want to add. Thank you.
Mr. Sali, is there anything?
Perhaps just to confirm, in the current portfolio, ma'am, 9 classrooms for ASD at Oasis in Ravensmead. 2 schools in the pipeline that's not shown just there. And as Mr. Mayor says, we'll continue to support the infrastructure build out at the nominated full service schools. Obviously, to expand our special needs schools, it's obviously more than just infrastructure, it's the total provisioning for those schools. And so that takes a different planning element. And I think suffice it to say there is a very accurate infrastructure enablement of that. So there's a broader story to tell about, the focus on expanding capacity for schools, both in the public school sector as well as special needs, where we're looking at building out more classrooms. So we can elaborate on that at a future occasion. As regards the temporary schools, it is, again, not the focus of this presentation. We have 34 schools that are what we termed interchangeably mobile schools, and 76 schools that we still regard to have elements of materials that we wouldn't necessarily use in accordance with the norms and standards in building new schools. And so these are historical legacy issues. Again, not the focus here, but as we rapidly expand the system, there's a very big focus on ensuring that the safety of all who use the schools, the learners and the teachers, their safety and the functionality of that school is absolutely not compromised, as I said before. So a bigger part of the portfolio for infrastructure is not just to expand the system, but is to protect the 1.1 million children that are in it, and particularly in those circa 100 schools where we know we've got work to do to upgrade and improve it and ensure the safety of it. So it's not our strategic aim to expand temporary schools, but as we've done with, as Ms. Mbombo alludes to, in Witsan, out of necessity, recognizing the demand. It remains part of the portfolio, but I think we are setting a higher bar in terms of the standards of school builds in the Western Cape. So we'll pronounce on brick and mortar, and that's why we've led with discussions, fairly transparent and open discussions about, this focus on brick and mortar, because I think it's still important that we respond with what is perceived to be the enablers of quality, but we recognize it takes more than that, as the SG had pointed out. And I just wanted to make one last issue again, having been well covered on the issues of land. I did say that a condition of the land is working closer with the local government and municipalities, and I want to again recognize the work. It's not necessarily a shortage of land, it's the contention of land for other services and land uses, and housing would be a big one. And that's where we're focusing with the municipalities about different models and potential options for that. And I would also want to acknowledge that to enable this rapid build, we've also had schools relinquish some land that they find very difficult to maintain. The cost of utilities and so forth makes it very difficult, despite the ambition. It's very difficult, and so we recognize and appreciate that for schools with lands that they are not productively using, and by their choice and relinquishment, we're able to use that land and build new schools. And then finally, it doesn't take away from the point that the ratio of primary to high schools is not where we need it to be for historical reasons. We're working hard on that. But to illustrate the point again, I mean, we've replaced Willows Primary School in Heiderveld at a significant cost, recognizing, we do need to invest and upgrade. And then we're putting 40 million rand into Cathkin High School, expanding that facility. So that's not enough, but it's the ongoing recognition that, as we've heard, down the road in Manenberg, a School of Skills, building out the different pathway of different education options. The schools in the very heart of Cape Town, we are not looking broader. We're looking within that context at how do we strengthen schools and upgrade them and invest into them. And so the portfolio is much broader than what we've just shown here, although that's the emphasis in the way that we create more space. So thank you for this, and we'll continue to look at more closely at the ratios in places in the city of Cape Town. We obviously look at the relationship with public transport and access in that regard, and we look at the difficulties in that regard. But we will look at a place like Heiderveld, Manenberg. We've got a School of Skills in Bishop Lavis, but I'm not taking away from the point made that we will look at offering more accessible opportunities in the heart of Cape Town and obviously across the province, as we said. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Minister. If you have any closing remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the committee and obviously to members of the public for their questions. I think this has been a very good session, and it's been, I'm delighted that we've had an opportunity, as I've said, to share the details of our Rapid School Build program and to provide you with an update on learner admissions for 2023. And we look forward to further briefings as we move through the cycle. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say, firstly, thank you so much for bearing with us for going over time. And sometimes as leaders, we must make the discretion about what is important and what is not important. And it was important for the department to answer the questions from the public, because the members of parliament here in the committee and online, wherever we are, we have lots of opportunities to ask questions. And sometimes ons het lang tonge. We also asked lots of theses, and it would not have been fair to have not allowed the questions from the public. So I just want to say thank you so much for bearing with the extra time. It was important. And those questions we are not able to get to or that are specific, please, we have the recording. We will be able to also assist if you don't speak to the department afterwards, just so that we can get some of those items in writing for you. If we don't have your email address for the committee email list, please do give it to us so that we are able to keep you updated, or your contact details for committee meetings and so on if you wish to attend. And also questions that are posed to the department but does not fall into the department's mandate. A procedural officer does record the meeting so that we are able to refer those to the correct channels, for example, the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport or Community Safety and so on. But colleagues, for the members, I'm just going to ask that we deal with resolutions via email to the procedural officer. She will be able to give you a deadline date. And just thank you for engaging robustly on this topic matter. It is not easy for a parent to deal with anxiety of a child not having been placed yet, because education, as many of us already know, is one of, if not the most important service that we can provide to the people of the Western Cape, because everything flows from there. So with that, I hope you have a lovely evening further. Thank you to the department, thank you to the committee, thank you to the members of the public. The meeting is then adjourned.